Come play with us.
He wants to win right here, right now. It's crazy. As he turns it. Nice headshot. Headshots from Leslie.
Hello everyone and welcome to the ESL Pro League Season 2022 Qualifiers. We are on the D stream here. I'm Hazza, joined alongside Retro, and for the first time, I don't get to see your face, mate. It's a blessing and a curse.
Yeah, I think for your case at least, it's a blessing more than anything. But of course, another blessing that we have here is to get to watch some fantastic Counter-Strike on our screens in a cutthroat format. Of course, if you've only just joined the stream or any of which for the first time, 16 teams enter this qualifier. Only one will make the cut and make it to Pro League. The other 15 left with nothing to spare. You can have a look at our schedule in the bottom right-hand corner. We're here for both games, of course. Joining us first are two European sides, or at least one CIS in Nemiga taking on Mix. And then later on, we have Passion U8 taking on GG Hal.
Yeah, two great games, to be honest. Two games of varying team level, I suppose. I think, they're all within a similar kind of bracket, but at least to kick things off with Mix versus Nemiga, the VRS ranking, the Valve ranking for Mix would lead you to believe, okay, maybe they're not the highest rated, but when you actually go ahead and look behind the curtain at the players on this team, it's ridiculous, Ryan. I mean, you're talking about players that have been there at majors. They've done it on those stages before, but maybe in recent years had fallen on hard times, I suppose, been benched from respective rosters, but come together now to form something which I'm looking forward to seeing play against an Amiga side which have been plotting course to the upper echelons of Counter-Strike for recent events.
Yeah, just talking about that mixed side, you've got a bit of a crossover between the two Into the Breach teams that we had, right? Obviously, the one Flatro Synopsy duo joining up with Rigon from Big, but at least that pairing came from the new ITB with the likes of Smooyeron. You had Volt, who previously at Gamer Legion, before that, was playing in the red jersey for ITB when they were in Paris in the major quarterfinals. Of course, got knocked out by Vitality, the eventual winners for the last major of CSGO, but he had some valuable experience playing on the big stages there. The likes of Rigon and Acor need no introduction. Came from various backgrounds. Obviously, Acor striking up a lot of interesting teams in the past, right? Obviously, you had the TSM side. He played on Gamer Legion, Mouse. You look at even the Mad Lion side as well. He's got a lot of experience playing in Counter-Strike, and obviously for Rigon, maybe less experience in terms of the amount of teams, or at least the time within the top flight of Counter-Strike, but you have that BNE trio that made back-to-back majors. Obviously, went under Guild Eagles for a bit. Eventually, they all parted ways when the org was no longer. He went to Big for a while, and even then, the key quality to Rigon was his fragging power. And I think the upside to Mix is when you have that fragging power and the lack of tape that the likes of Nemiga can watch, you can really surprise some teams. We saw that against Sangal earlier. For the likes of Nemiga, though, you want to talk about structure. That team has been together core 4 for the last year and a half, Harry. They have got a lot of experience just playing with one another, knowing what the protocols are, knowing what each other do, which makes things scary for mixed teams like Mix that don't really rely on maybe the anti-stratting part, or at least the counter qualities that the top flight of this game will require.
Yeah, both of these rosters have their fair share of experience playing against Tier 1 teams, but currently find themselves firmly within Tier 2. I think it's a fair assessment to say for each of them. I can call back to that Into the Breach project that you and I were able to watch quite a bit, but even before then, BNE, you're talking about a point in time for those players where they didn't have the most ridiculous organizational backing, and that's what you're sort of tapping into here as well for Mix, for them to perhaps put their name in a shop window, whether it's one player that gets picked up and signed to a team, or all 5 of them, depending on how far this ends up going. It's that kind of run that we've just got to be keeping our eyes upon, and regardless of the fact whether they're 114th in the world or top 50, top 25, Namiga are still probably going to be favourites here, I think. It's just a little bit more time that they need together to play against a team which we have seen go to majors recently. RMRs, if you look back to Shanghai as well, they've been on the up. They have made a change of their own, though, with Soalio coming in. And looking at the map veto here, Ryan, it's Ancient that we're going to be heading to.
Yeah, it makes sense for Mix. It's a map that they've played, I mean, in comparison to the others, a fair bit, but only twice, at least recorded on HRTV in the last few months. It's one of those solid maps. Obviously, beforehand, with the two maps being picked by either side, Mirage first up is a big one for the boys over at Mix. They played it against Sangal earlier on, a stupidly long game. I think, what, like 50-something rounds, nearly 60. The win rate isn't good, but they're going to be feeling pretty warm, and they're leaning in to the more puggy, free-flumming, sort of the carelessness maps that you don't necessarily need to have a book under lock and key to figure out, right? You then head to Dust 2. Again, strong map for the likes of Mix, who, yes, have only played it a handful of times, but it is Namiga's home territory, right? Yes, the win rate doesn't particularly reflect that, but you've got to look at the maps played. You've got to look at the quality of teams being played within the last 3 months on that as well. You know, the likes of Vitality, Pain, Heroic, M80, 3D Max, Limvision are in there, Ents are in there, obviously. Some seriously big names, Harry, that Namiga, even though the win rate doesn't show maybe the highest pedigree of success on the map, they are definitely confident enough to be playing it as one of their strong suits against a side they don't know much about.
For sure, for sure. And the DNA as well of these teams sort of, it makes sense when you see what maps that Mix would want to play into, and even Ancient left to the end there. That was a mainstay for BNE moving into, you know, Guild Eagles, ITB, whatever the case may be. The fact that that project has now finished and run its course with the chapter closed means that there are new opportunities for them here, of course, with the Gamer Legion contingent in Volt and Rigon joining here. It's the old Into the Breach versus the new, in a sense. So I'm looking forward to seeing how it is that they play as a team.
And I've got to say, we get to watch over probably the player that gave out, at least in my opinion, one of the funniest bit of trash talk in the major just gone. Obviously, talking about Lear, the whole holding his nose, taxi leaving for the airport in a few minutes. It could be him, which those words are said to today. As I said just a moment ago, Harry, there's no easy way to put it other than the fact that there's 16 teams and only one slot. If you aren't ready to bite the bullet and face some of the best, then unfortunately there will be no Pro League for you. I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, we're going to head to a quick break. A couple of issues before we jump into the action, but when we return, Namiga versus Mix on your screens. Don't go anywhere.
We go to broad daylight, feeding every night like Friday night. I keep the party on rock and the Bombay ice. Gotta see stars like Broadway lights. I told a baby girl, you don't gotta kick it with the daydreamers. You can skip the line, I'm the gatekeeper. Plus I got the crowd going crazy, dance floor blazing up, going. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so. With the VIPs in your city, getting litty as a BIC, huh? Yeah, screaming life's a gift, so we live to the fullest till we DIE. DJ, put it back on, keep it hype, we don't wanna hear no sad songs. Everybody up in here just wanna celebrate. Sip a little drink, get the dance on. That's all, listen, everything good over here. We don't want no problems, we just want cheers. Toast to the good life, wine, liquor, beer. Haters getting blocked if they trying to interfere. Swag on 100 and my drip too fresh. Certified.
We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here.
Okay, we are back and we are in game. It's time for Mix against Namiga Gaming, with the latter starting on the CT side of Mirage. Their choice of side, of course, Mix's selection of the map. Kicking things off with a default to begin their pistol.
Yeah, just setting the feelers, seeing what's going on. More or less waiting for the move on Underground to kick in. Do believe it's Rig on Faults. There is a jump out of the window. Can't, to be honest, lucky to be alive from that position, but will also go Hound in, trying to get the blood from Connector instead. His body's dropped on short to kick things off. 2 in the feed for Mix. Finally a response from the USP from Spawn. Sawalio needs to hit a few though, and at least the numbers level.
Yeah, 24 hours or so in the side, already trying to make his mark in the server, but instead, it's 2 kills quickly rallied back. Synopsy. Mix just getting pushed forward as Santa's the last player left. The contact already taken. Crossfire prepared, and with that, Volt has claimed the round. Mix on the board first, strong pistol to start.
Yeah, very simple stuff. As I said, sort of waiting for the con push to come in. They knew that they wanted to crunch A. A little bit of resistance from Spawn. Sawalio putting a threat in the round, but quickly dismissed. A double from Volt and from Synopsy. It's a rifle-heavy investment heading into the second round. 4 AKs. It's a ballsy one, Harry, because 5, in fact, if, you know, you get dropped by the rogue pistol, obviously not invested, but quickly a rifle into the wrong hands, you know, a few AKs into the wrong hands, and automatically the CT side, incredibly, incredibly scary. But not to worry, the threat is from Ramp for the CT side. As for Mix, it's a walk through. They'll try and find some space from. Good shot from one Flatro. And now, pick of the poison. Do they want to go A or B?
They still have plenty of time to make that decision, of course. And as you saw, as much as there is the possibility, that one of the guns is lost, and it is. Sawalio non-stop so far in this map. Still has to be retrieved, and those AKs can cut through the unarmored opponents lightning fast. Late dive being made with a minute left towards the risky Bob. Not cleared, headshot, but no kill on A-Court. And Synopsy has managed to plug the gap. make that transition between the sites just a little bit easier for them. As this one is not going to get out of control just yet. Synopsy with a belter. Xanta does finish off with damaged Acor. And honestly, 3 guns surviving, not the worst, but also not the best.
No, exactly. That's the danger of buying those rifles. It's a heavy hit to your bank account when you do find yourself without a gun in round 3. Of course, they'll have 5 AKs back. They'll be with full utility, but you can see Volt's bank account drained. Synopsy the same. Acor, 1 flat throw. You know, losing this, you look at them at 10s next round. It's not great. A mid-cross smoke and 1 towards window to kick things off. Seems to be that Mix confident playing sort of a semi-structured default. Quite surprising. I expected maybe a little bit more of a puggy play style, you know, trying to burst in for early control, like that classic B&E that we were used to. It's a methodical take towards middle. Dropping that window smoke, trying to push a player up con. Some resistance round there. Sawalio up to 4 kills in round number 3.
Does pay the price. Comes in the form of most of his HP though. Lear still hanging on from the edge of the smoke. Goes unpunished. So it's a double player advantage for Nemiga. Looking at the bomb, it's still dropped outside of apartments. So Mix are far away from being able to fully commit to a site, although they have set their sights on A for the time being. 2 players through con. Trying to be the distraction from ramp. And they're just going to run into the site. Acor, triple kill! And all of a sudden, it's game on. 2 on 2. Synopsy forced to retrieve precious cargo and might just be considering wrapping around to the other site, as this has been quite the distraction. Finally felled his Acor, 30 seconds, and still Synopsy no closer to a plant.
That's genius though. He threw a flash over mid, above ramp, so now they think, wait, he's just pop flashed himself, maybe Tetris, shallow on ramp. Look, they're still trying to clear, trying to gather the information. It's bought all the time needed for Synopsy to close the gap on B. The question is he going to prioritize the bomb, or is he going to look for a fight? Xanta's been very loud about this move. He's jumping in about the kitchen area. Now it's time for action. Acor, a lot of the heavy lifting, but it's Synopsy to try and finish the job.
Didn't fall for the bait, and now has to play out the 1 versus 2. Holding on for a player jumping through the window, both in the market. First flash coming out, it's an early sign of utility. Synopsy yet to go down so far in this map, and to keep the flawless run going, he needs 2 more. Not looking the right way, Xanta dead and buried with Khan by his side. 3 not out, Mix continue.
I mean, plain and simple, Harry. 2 on 5, bomb left in spawn, Acor's deep jungle, Synopsy nowhere to be seen. He's off to retrieve the C4 to try and loop it back into this round somehow. And they've walked away with a win. Ludicrous stuff. A team like Nemiga, who have had recent experience at the top flight of Counter-Strike, should not be making simple mistakes like that. Economy crippled, hopes crushed as well for a way back into this game. And now the building blocks start to be put in place. It's confidence beaming from the side of Mix. It's a quick double from Acor, leaves him at 6. He now takes the lead as he drops a 7th body. The Deegs and 5-7s can be a lethal combination. Not in this round, Risky Bob finding 1, but Acor wants all 5. He delivers on a silver platter. Force buy meets little resistance, or rather half buy. And Mix 4 for 4. Yes, their pick, but I didn't expect dominance out of the gates just quite like this.
Absolutely not, and from the de facto AWPer no less.
Yeah.
The Dane doing what has been asked of him quite handedly, finding his man, opening up these rounds. As you say, you know, we're just coming off the back of a 5 versus 3 as well, but that looking a lot more convincing from Mix. And to just speak to the history of this team again as well, Synopsy as the IGL here, picking up pieces that, you know, he was working with before in Rigon, and some new faces as well. Acor being one of them, already proving his worth at the start of this. Timeout called by Nemiga, got to pick themselves back up now. chose to start on the stronger side, but it's not until this next gun round that maybe we get a look at what that really can be in full force. Sawalio with a rifle in hand, a scary prospect, but flashed off to first, and Juan Flatro taking 2.
Tried to meet fire with fire, Harry. And it's Nemiga that get torched yet again. Look at the gap found by Rigon. He's out to Kitchen Khan. Oh, he's so unexpected of that. And now Nemiga, last 2 players. I mean,
Save call.
it just has to be a pure save. You're right. There's no way you can try and see yourself into a retake here. It's just more money in the pockets of Mix. It's a dangerous move. They overpopulate. They overflood that mid position. They leave B completely open for the taking. And it's Mix that bury yet another hatchet in this first map of Mirage. Juan Flatro clearing another head off, another set of shoulders. It's just Santa left in spawn. And if I'm Mix, I'm thinking about a hunt here. Yes, your money's not good, but, you know, if Mix's money's bad, Nemiga's is going to be looking even worse. So, the cost of 1 rifle for the sake of removing the final M4, it might be an investment that Mix are willing to take. That they will. Rigon shot should be a quarter trade, and it will be 4 points of health left. But no rifles left, and even the AWP scoops up at the end of number 5.
Everyone on Mix is getting involved in these rounds, and this time it's Juan Flatro. For Nemiga, they'll want to try and get back up on their feet, but that was the timeout, that was the investment, and the call made is a mid-push. Mix pretty effective in terms of their spacing so far. We get a slower look this time, just trying to gauge if the same kind of aggression is prepared. If Nemiga want to continue trying to take map space, a round with only 1 rifle does feel like a good opportunity to gain some early ground, and that's exactly what Khan's already done. Found himself out ramp, and Lear's not too far behind.
Yeah, I mean, Volt's going to hear all of this, though, and you can see Mix a good head between the shoulders of Synopsy, of course, the caller of this team. He's saying, well, we face something really aggressive, and it's the first time we've really been challenged in the early round by Nemiga. That's the most threatened we've felt. So we're just going to sit passive, let them make a move. They're going to feel like it's their best chance, so we'll take map control piece by piece. We'll try and pick apart this defense once again. Good start, rifle chucked over to Khan. He does find himself the trade, but left on 1 point of health. Tickled to death at this point will be anything. And there you have it, the HE lands meters away, but it's enough to take the M4 out of the situation. 1 Deagle, 157, 1 MP9. Just try and etch in a first on the board. Mix incredible here on Mirage.
And I think you naturally would against the guns that Nemiga have left. Santa has managed to recover a rifle, AK in his hands, already 1 kill deep. Needs to find 3 more. It's just a player advantage, just 1-man advantage right now that Mix hold on to, but Nemiga don't look as if they're going to give this one a go. Bob wrapping around to jungle side, now Con with Xanta. The AK should be saved here, the MP9 you can run into the ground. I suppose with Kevlar, it's probably worth holding on to.
Risky Bob's gone to lunch for the gunning Con.
Yeah.
Oh,
and he's
no
not managed to pick it up.
Needs to, I don't know, work
Stretch
on
those arms out, man. I don't,
yeah, exactly.
You were saying death by tickling. I mean, don't threaten me with a good time, but Mr. Tickle, you know, he had long arms. Maybe that's...
Yeah, it's true.
That's what we're looking for. Right now, it's just a case of Nemiga getting on the board. The AWP coming back out from Khan again. Second chance that he gets to show what he's made of. And it's straight into Palace, where he'll take the line. Some strong early information for Nemiga that this is most likely a B hit. The question is, how quickly does it come in? It looks like a split through middle.
They're just going to wait for the contacts on short, figure out exactly what Nemiga are up to in the early round. The flash comes in, the apps pop. True to its word, Harry, they do go fast. There's a crossfire set between the jail position and the bench. It's an easy double. Xanta picks them up. Risky Bob, 1.5. Sawalio there to finish the job. And it's just A-Core, 1 on 5. 2 kills already. We saw a 2v5 before. Acor is on a heater here on the start of Mirage. Now in this spot, I don't think you can count him out, even if you are on the side of Amiga.
Just got to show an ounce of composure here as Acor is giving away plenty of sound, reconfirming his position with every step and every scope, looking for an opportunity to drop into the site, but finally, that intermission that we had between the first two kills that made things look scary and the conclusion of the round is Nemiga getting it on the board, getting it over the line and breaking the ice because things were looking quite frosty.
No, definitely. Mix were on fire. Money good enough to rebuy everything. Interestingly enough, Acor, despite having nearly 10 grand in the account before starting round 8, opting for the rifle instead. Suppose probably want to be doing something a little faster. That's why he's opted away from the big green. On control, going to do something again for side. A missed mid-molly. One using his smoke as a preemptive measure.
Oh no!
Measure not needed. Nearly owns himself with the HE.
It's fine, right? It's the D stream. Juan Flatro makes up for it quickly. So there weren't any eyes on. Rizwan loses his. Whoa, walking into the corner. Lear loses his life. Mario still hanging on to A, but Volt rapidly approaching on his left-hand side. Means that Khan has it all to do, and a quick double makes it look all the more likely. Volt in a clutch now this time.
Xanta blocked Khan on the jungle peak, hence why he took 65 damage. Volt with a lot to do. As a young man joined Fnatic Rising, praised as one of the better anchors, even Launders speaking volumes to his ability. The question is, with a little more maturity and a little more experience, can he step up, put Mix back to winning ways? He's just sat behind default. They don't know what to do. Khan locked in on the angle though. Volt tries to play contact off the drop of the smoke, and it's not going to be good enough to convert Mix their 7th. It's an OK and an Ortwalk forward, and Amiga will find themselves their 2nd. But again, critical damage being done. And another one of those rounds where, you know, you just take the first 30-second snippet and it's Mix that find themselves in an advantageous position. Yes, Amiga won the round, but they just cannot for the life of them find themselves in a spot where they feel advantageous heading into an execute or heading into a retake.
They definitely did very well to respond in that round as Volt was placed into a difficult clutch. It's Acor with a difficult opener. Xanta the one that begins proceedings this time. And while Mix are without their ace on the rifle, now still 4 players strong. 3 of them in middle, still hunting out Xanta. Drop back to a deeper line of cover on short. Couple tags from the molly which spreads at his feet. And a couple players sitting in con here, just spraying through the smoke. Rizwan getting another one. Rigon on the swivel, it's a nice highlight shot. But still a 4 versus 2 when the dust settles, and it doesn't feel any more winnable as the round drags on. Lear collecting another, and Volt with a less impressive clutch attempt than the last time.
This is the bargaining chip of CS2 that Amiga are bringing out though. Like, you've only played a couple rounds. Yes, it's 1st to 13, but you've won a couple, you've reset that T-side economy, and what could have been, you know, a staggering half, you know, 9 threes, 10 twos, it was looking dominant for the Mix side. Now, the question in the air is, are Mix even going to find enough to take a lead heading into the second half, right? This could very easily end 6-6. I think realising that, their first tactical timeout being used, just discussing measures that need to be taken to ensure that this fantastic red-hot start isn't completely thrown away.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a hallmark of a great team to be able to respond when you lose that many rounds. We were looking at the potential of a guaranteed tied half, but at the very least, Mix giving themselves an advantage, one which now doesn't remain to be entirely out of the question, but they're going to have to roll their sleeves up and dig deep on this round especially. Juan Flatro is the one rifle to a selection of sidearms which are heading Khan's way. And that AWP is hungry. Oh, Volt just satiating that first just a little bit, and all of a sudden it's a problem. Sawalio out in the open, he gets punished, and behind the wall of smokes, Bob goes down.
Volt on an AWP, it's quite an unorthodox spot to be in. One Flatro's rifle there to support. They do etch in a second Amiga, so opening the door to a possible retake. The question is, this big green, how effective can it be? Synopsis relying on Volt to hit his shot to ensure that he doesn't get taken out from sight. It's a good start. He's in the second player in stairs. He goes for the quick flick. Just caught between rock and a hard place, but nails it towards spawn. It is 4 in the round for Volt, 7 on the board for Mix. And forget what I was saying in the last freeze time, Harry. 6-6, forget that. Mix right back at it. Finger on the pulse once again here on the T side of Mirage. 2 Tech-9 kills and it all spirals well out of control. They lose the entirety of A. Retake up one hell of a mountain. And it just does not happen.
Yeah, Volt saying to Acor, you can thank me for the Dragon Lore. Let's not give me any more chances to show what I can do, or I'm going to be asking for it back. Everyone plays with the AWP in the sort of basic games. When you've got to pick up the mantle, you do it, and it's almost over-delivered there. With the money, this could end up 9-3 at this point in time if the Amiga aren't careful, and already you can see Mix putting on so much pressure towards A. In the meantime, Rigon detached from the back. Pick up the slack through middle and out connector, but still yet to be given that opportunity. His time in the server is cut short by Xanta. Now there's a problem. Nemiga in close proximity of the site, and in the meantime, Lear is slipping around the back, ready to just sweep Mix under the rug and keep this game competitive. The T side still just not taking enough space. It's onto Acor's AWP this time. He does have his first, but without the bomb. Too much time at his disposal either. It's cut short. 4-7, Nemiga right back in it.
It is back and forth, threatening to both economies. Nemiga just enough in the pockets to tide them over to the end of the first half. Can't quite say the same for Mix though. They are in troubled water yet again financially. 2 AKs, 2 Deegs and a Tech-9. Gotta say, Acor 14-7. He's been having a fantastic game so far here on Mirage. Yes, only 11 rounds played. Scary stuff for the likes of Nemiga. Probably not interested in someone having a performance like that. No life games, please, especially when the odds and the stakes are so high. Xanta, good start, but Rigon quick to trade.
Such an important trade as well, but Rigon was not expecting Khan lower through underpass, AWP in hand, and multiple players staring in the direction of Synopsy, who now has to courier that bomb all the way over to the B site where his teammates are already starting to fall. First pick taken, Volt into the site, as is Bob with that second AWP on the final round of the half. Won't be able to land the shots that he needs. Volt gets the most of it, but Lear is right back at it. 7-5 on the half, feels respectable for Mix. Nemiga have battled back brilliantly.
This another level, this one over here is very rare. Ridden got me skanking, had me feeling like I'm Fred Astaire. Bread was kinda short, but I was smelling like a millionaire. Claimed their opposition, when we stepped in, they were running scared. Man were louding up the atmosphere. Too much chatty, too much catty. I just lit a fatty, and it came from Cali. I'm not really here. I was in the clouds, I don't ever take the stairs. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. I was in the corner sweating till the lights came. Man, don't ever sleep, step out on this night train. Right brain, man will blow your mind like a migraine. I was busting up these spots, pulling something out my socks. Man was shuffling out of blocks, phone and vibrate. I don't need to talk to Frank, I did it my way. Never slipping, never tripping, never violate. We don't gas around here, we on a higher rate. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare.
Welcome back to Mirage, where we have just seen Nemiga begin their comeback. 5 rounds in the half, with just one going towards Mix after the opening 6. You know, they were in a great position. Mix, pick up 6, 1-2, buckle my shoe type casting. But we're here, man. 2 rounds in it.
Yeah, 6-0 was the start of the half, as you say, for the unrepresented side. A-Court, what a half of Counter-Strike. He had 14 and 8, putting up big numbers. 123 ADR at the end of the first set of 12. But needs someone else to step up. Rigon, 3 and 10. He gets dinked up immediately by the Glock, so probably not turning to him, at least in the pistol. Volt with some good impacts. Synopsy, 1 flat throw, both hitting heads. Just need that extra 10%, Harry. Amiga are a scary side, no matter if you're facing them with a 9-3 lead or a 9-3 disadvantage. They know how to turn every situation into gold. And that's what Mix need to be careful for, at least on the easier side for a complete Mix. It is the CT, the defense, that Mix will have to put up.
They're not going to have had as much time to get those protocols set, but there are default ways to play, and maybe Nemiga will be trying to abuse that as much as possible. Already 50 seconds left. Xanta has been deposited outside of apps. Zawalio is solo in Palace, and the rest getting ready to make a late lunge. No fakes, no change up. Mix should know that this is the sight hit now coming in with all of the nades thrown in their direction. Still keeping boots on the ground on B. The rotation is a little bit late, but Synopsis already helps get things off to a good start. That's Xanta with his head taken clean off and looking for a little bit more as the plant comes in. Bob trying to get his hands busy, but Juan Flatro with the next. There's a horde of CT players flooding back through spawn, but Khan has taken all 4 of them. How on earth is that possible?
I was just about to be a little bit of a hater towards Khan because Risky Bob swung and Khan sat back and just let him be gutted towards CT, and then he's just pulled off an absolute blinder.
He was charging up his ult, and then he just headshots all of them instantly. I don't know. Yeah.
Fantastic stuff from Khan. Gunning everyone down towards spawn, and it's put Mix onto pistols. The lead will be voided after this round. The jiggle towards under, 1 flat throw. Lucky to be alive. I don't know if maybe he was spotted on the mini-map or whatever, but the flashes will come after the smoke. Acorn sat underneath P2K, good for naught. Deep in the hands of Rigon, now looking for headshots, has to connect. Doesn't find a thin one, so far flank can't. Already patiently waiting for it. Snaps back to hold the rear of the push, and now Volt left alongside Seventy and Synopsy. And the USP fully dropped to the MAC-10. Simple stuff. Said in the pistol, you know, it's just boots on the ground Counter-Strike for Nemiga, right? Don't really want to do anything too out of the ordinary, don't want to do anything too rogue against a side that could have all sorts of cards up their sleeves. You just got to play the Counter-Strike you know and love. The simple stuff will get you across the line. And so far, so good. 2 for 2 here on the attacking side.
That's the thing though, Ryan, it's not Uno. You know how many, you don't know how many cards your opponent has, sorry. And that's what we're here to find out. How deep does this mixed side go? On paper, you would simply assume, okay, it's just maybe a team to play and plug this one event. The player quality they've had, of course, exuding as confidence is shown by Juan Flatro. Chasing players out of middle. It's Khan who's on the receiving end. But Nemiga holding a very rigid default, just trying to collect as much of that information as possible. Figure out what this CT setup looks like, and in terms of the info that they have right now, it's not all too much.
Patience. I guess the saying is patience is a virtue. We'll see if Nemiga cherish that. Nice shot in middle. That's one of those that you can't miss. Floodgates open in middle. All sorts of utility being bombed out by the Nemiga side. But it's a pivot towards B that's going to catch this CT side off guard. Synopsy left alone. MP9, they double up towards middle. One passive on A. He's going to have to do it all here, Synopsy. Wants to hate to try and halt the push instead. It only invites the MAC-10 in for further pressure. Santa clears out the site. I think for the 3 remaining, the save may be more appropriate to the situation.
Yeah, definitely so. Especially when you consider the fact that they were so far away from the site when the push came in. It was just Synopsy there, and to get any more than one with an MP9 would have been God's work. As Khan is doing exactly that. King Khan at the moment. He is put to rest by Volt as yet another of those M4s looks to hang on here. Rigon should be able to do so with the angle that he is sat on, but Bob just melts him. Under the bright light, he goes down. Now, Nemiga have the lead. It's a 1-round game, but Mix are still searching for theirs.
Give it a moment to think. What do Nemiga do next? Showing a lot of presence towards middle, especially after cracking open for some control. Lean has been a solid lean for them. Other than Mr. Wakor getting cheeky around the edge of the smoke. Santa catching one bullet to the stomach before having to retreat. But same old for Nemiga, I guess. You don't try and fix what's broken. It's going to fall out the axe angle. Nothing between the super duo of Rigon and Synopsy. Vom still with that many 4 keys and the 5-7 probably looking for damage, but yet again, it's better probably to keep that rifle in your own hands. Volt will look to exit, but it will be 9 on the board for the Russian side.
I'm liking the approach that we're getting from Nemiga here as well. It has been fairly straightforward, but this is how you have to play against teams where there is a lot of the unknown. Slow default into a direct sight hit with strong fundamentals and good trades, good spacing. Having Volt removed from the situation means that not a single rifle will make it through into the next. it matters not for Mix. There's still money beneath this side. Enough to buy into an AWP as well, as Acor is going to bring that one back out for the CT side. But they need to start picking up the pace here a little bit because Nemiga have not put a foot wrong so far this half. Sawalio shooting straight. Khan is collecting with his AWP. Something has to change or all of a sudden this pick for Mix will quickly be gone.
Yeah, I think we are at that turning point of this game, Harry.
And
These M4s and the AWP can't convert. It's tricky.
At the purchase as well, there are not too many nades for this CT side to hold them back. So Nemiga, another thing that they will be looking to achieve with this default is to just bleed a lot of that early utilities. You can see down to just 2 smokes, 3 flashes, 1 HE. Mix have to distribute their resources accordingly as smokes fades. Sawalio has been caught by Volt, but there is an equal response elsewhere. The B site opened up, Synopsy gone, and only one player left to hang on to this. Rigon flashed out in the open with a molly at his feet. He does retaliate, and that's exactly what Mix needed when they needed it.
And yet again, Volt kicking into action towards A. You could see he was just there to buy time, wait for these players on A to rotate back to B, and now caught in limbo, have to retake this control. Volt still playing out on the top of Palace. Back is turned. I think Acor was holding it down for him. Instead, you'll let to do it all. It's a flip attempt, a second shot this for Acor. He'll call in the assistance of one Flatro to make sure this round doesn't go astray. It's the first on the CT side for Mix, but even then, a little scary in some parts. Good job from Volt though, holding down that A control. Nice shot from Rigon out towards Apps. And it eventually does fall into their laps. 8-9, only a 1 round gap now.
Yeah, first round of the half for Mix as well, keeping Nemiga humble, not letting them extend that advantage any further than the 2 rounds that we had seen previous. Feet of Khan, he's going up in smoke. Volt chewing away at the Nemiga forces on the other side as he's left out on a bit of an island in dark. Synopsy in the meantime has managed to pick up a kill in and amongst all of the madness as the numbers do look to favour the CTs. And they've got so many bodies on A right now, ready to defend it with their lives, and just like that, the round is over and it's a tied game.
Look at the map, Harry. Look how deep in Apps that X was. It was literally just past the TV room. Synopsy within the first 30 seconds of the round has found himself deep into Apps, found a kill and fallen back. They overpopulate the A site. They basically just full press the issue because they know that B is clear. There's no information in middle, sure. No one was really pressuring it from the T side. Mix could just put all their eggs in one basket and say with confidence they knew that it was going to be A. And that's Nemiga now calling for their second tactical timeout. Just a bit of a head scratcher, of course. Box, their coach, been there just as long as Risky Bob, well, a little bit longer. 1 year and 8 months he's clocked in under the Nemiga brand. Only player that has been there longer than them is the leader of Lear, coming up to his 3-year anniversary. So there's some deep line connections within this team. And, you know, I guess the word is teammates. But you do really need to rely on your friends in this situation. Especially when, as I say, the format of this whole event is so cutthroat. You lose one game, you are out. You need to be top 8, and even then, you play a double elim, of which only one team qualifies. It's savage, and you cannot afford to fall here, otherwise there is no second chance.
Great need to kick off the round from Synopsy. One of 3 players that has upgraded to an AK. Coming into round 19, as Mix will look to be the first team to break 10. With how Nemiga have been playing, the read from the CTs and these quick over-rotations are set up on the basis of it's only going to be one direction that the push comes in from. No fake, no kind of blindsiders. Volt goes on the aggressive and does find a 1-for-1. Bomb is heading elsewhere, but Sawalio has his sights set on A. He's opened it up for them, but Nemiga are still heading in the B direction. Rigon does get spotted. Damage around the wall. The nade to finish it misses. and the red carpet is rolled out for the bomb to head elsewhere. That's such a frustrating turn of events when it looked like Mix were doing all the right things.
Rigon blinded, taken down, double digits is next to the Nemiga name first. It's a 100-meter sprint now, basically, to the end of Mirage. Mix a little bit handicapped, starting from around behind, but still with enough money to pour back in with rifles, and even the big green back out in Akor's hands, who has been less efficient, I would say, with the weapons given to him in the second half than that of the first. Could be a big turning point there, seeing Synopsy towards bottom mid. Out in the mouth of underpass, he has to back away into connector. Got 85 damage for it, and Nemiga to take the scratch. HG further of an advantage. Rigon's just fell off the window peak. He is mid-air, double dinked. Risky Bob, probably one of the more unfortunate deaths he's had in this game so far. It's a big advantage to be handed over to the Mix side at such a pivotal point in this map.
That's the life of Risky Bob, you know. Always living life on the edge. It's Rigon that bests him there, though. Now looking at the rest of these mid-fights, Mix are just continuing to take the proactivity, knows no bounds, and maybe that's what will dig them an early grave. Xanta is the last player left, and whether he knows it or not, it is written, so it shall be so. Synopsy with the flank incoming, and that is 10-10.
Now it all is equal, right? I mean, financially, Nemiga a little less off than the Mix side. Couple of AKs into the hands of the CT squad as well. You only need 3 out of what is the remaining 4. Seems like a lot, but I promise you, with the money being this low on both sides, it will go quickly. Can't. Volley, the HE well placed as well. Even further damage done, he's at half. Takes the fight, so not too disinterested in showing face and risking the early damage being voided. It's just all about Nemiga pushing the right pressure points, forcing the utility out of Mix, and you can see with 1 minute and 20 to go, Harry, 2 smokes, 2 flashes, 1 molly. It's not really a lot, for Mix to hold on to both sides of the map. This is where they're going to have to start searching for clues.
You can see Synopsys poking away at the app smoke right now. The added benefit of having 2 players close to middle is that you can make a quicker rotation. Mix have been able to establish some form of control here. Volt on an off angle as the first flash flies in. AK in hand, waiting to receive Nemiga as they are A-site bound. Turns his head from the first and falls to the hands of Xanta. Akor finds his man with the AWP on the way back through, but we've hit the 30-second mark. Nemiga are not in a comfortable position to get the plant, not until Lear has found a way to pick off Rigon through the edge of the smoke. An advantage for the half-buy as things stand. It's Synopsy flooding out from Ticket. He's responsible to try and establish some kind of extra control, but it slips through his fingers. Akor, one flat throw, and Akor again eventually respond, but it's Sawalio on the other side. His position in Palace should be known. Drop to the floor, reveals the position of Juan Flatro, but he pops around the corner with the kind of swagger that you expect from Mix. They will find the lead for themselves yet again.
Well, Flatro's even showing, guys, you wouldn't believe it. I've just owned this guy. I've just swung him from bottom stairs, dinked him straight away in Palace. And Nemiga now out of timeouts after this one. Their third and final, at least, as regulation permits. Such an advantageous spot. Bomb plant gives them a little bit of financial freedom, but you can see this T-side crippled, Harry, at least compared to what it was last. Lear on a Deeg, Xanta currently on a Deeg, Risky Bob P250. They've gone for the hero purchase. 1 AK fell into the hands of Khan. It's Lear that gives it up for the sake of his teammate. The rest of them ordered to just save their money. Confident that they could win the last two and stretch this out further than the assigned 24. Let's see if they've got it in the tank, or maybe even there's an upset to be had with these pistols.
It's already started off decent enough way. Namiga stretching up the length of mid, but Lear pays a hefty toll. HE at his feet, down to 22, and Khan removed from his side. And Flatro has to be a little careful with the timing here, but as those footsteps echo the Hall of Connector, he knows. And the round is dealt with quite handedly in the end from Mix. That will be map point on their own map selection. There were points in time where it didn't look like a certainty for them, but this response in the final quarter of the second half has been fantastic.
Yeah, as you say, you compare the first bit of the second half to the second, it's been night and day. You know, lost the pistol, lost the first gun by. We thought Mix were in deep, deep waters here on their selection of Mirage. Instead, they found a way to turn it right around. Sometimes the hardest part is the last parry. Getting to 13. Sure, only a round away, but still very much in contention. 4 AKs on Tech 9. A little bit of utility to last for Namiga, but really relying on headshots to be found and space to be given quite easily.
Synopsy has found a strong position, and the question on my mind is how many further steps does he take? Rigon already picking up one from his beloved ladder room, but 2 back from Namiga. Call this one into question, and Mix need a solution. It does come in the form of Synopsy. He's taken it the full 9 yards and now sat in T-spawn. Looks like he's starting to back away towards ramp. Volt in the meantime catches one in transition. This is awkward.
Yeah, they couldn't go back as well. Synopsy was deep in spawn. He's flanking A. They should know now that the bomb is on the B side of the map. Namiga don't have the time really to rotate. No pivot. No assistance from Xanta, low HP on short, he's not even in under, which means a late engagement will have to happen. Whether or not he gets cleared by Volt here, this is huge. This is everything. Volt needs to get the angle, he does, but misses the shot. Acor's hit one with the AWP, 2 more needed. The solo ranger on this site misses again, needs to connect on Sawalio, and it's the low HP of Xanta that might just walk into the guillotine as well. The missed shot from the AWP, but 10 seconds left. Bomb retrieved, but life lost. It's 13-10. It's Mix with map 1.
Great map win for Mix. Their own selection, of course, coming into Mirage. The expectation was always going to be there, Ryan, that with such a puggy team, this is one of the fan favourite selections that they could go for. I think Namiga's read of the macro overall was pretty damn good in how they tried to approach what would typically be quite an off-the-wall style, but there was some really nice micro layered in there as well from this Mix side, trying to get proactive, set each other up with nades, make life difficult. And while it is only by the skin of their teeth in the end that they get through, I have to say they can be happy with that performance.
Definitely. Job not done just yet though, Harry. Got to remember, we are playing BO3, so while yes, you take your selection, it's still one hell of an uphill battle to go. Of course, it's Dust 2 next, and the Amiga pick, one that has been very solid for them, even at a tier 1 level. Gathered some serious experience, beating the likes of M80, 13-2, Heroic, Lin Vision, Monty, 9 Pandas, all names checked off on that list that Namiga have fought and been victorious against. For the Mix side of things, however, of course, the very limited tape we do have, yes, 2 out of 3 seems like a very strong record, but you've played ESC, Tricked, and Watermelon. It's not exactly the same list of names that we reel off on the side of Namiga. So we'll see if experience does play the factor into the second map, Harry.
That we will. I'm off to the fridge to get a watermelon for myself. We've got a quick break coming up, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Namiga Mix in just a moment.
As he turns it, nice headshot.
Hello everyone and welcome back into the second map of Mix against Nemiga. This Nemiga's pick, we go to Dust 2 for their chances to stay alive in the competition. Single elimination, Ryan. It really is a cruel mistress at the best of times. T-side Dust, not a bad place to be starting though.
Especially on a map that they enjoy, Harry. Rigon, good first shot. He was a very quiet figure on map number 1, hoping that he could show his power and prowess in number 2. Lear, quick double, can't. Now's the third down towards B. It's Acor and Volt, 2 on 3. Bomb goes down. Not the outcome that the mixed side were particularly looking for.
Acor is going to be making his way through B tons now to just clear out some space, precious real estate to help Volt, who's lightning quick with 2 flicks, and just like that, Khan is the last player left, and he's a dead man. Blink and you'll miss it. Don't blink, I think you missed it anyway, because Mix have pulled that out of nowhere.
Fantastic. 2v3, to be honest, Harry, I was kind of thinking about, you know, what went wrong in the pistol for Mix. Where could they improve in the second round? They kind of gave up mid a bit easily, and then all of a sudden, Volt with a double, Acor with another. And the round is over. Nemiga, they won't struggle financially. A bomb plant does go a long way, especially in the early stages of a map. But Mix given the upper hand heading into a second round that they probably should have no business in even investing in.
Can't knock a trier, and with how close things got, Nemiga feeling that they had the right read of the situation. Their T-sided start on Mirage was one to behold, but left us with more questions than answers, I think, in the end, Ryan, in terms of how it concluded.
Yeah, and I feel like one elephant in the room that needs to be addressed is obviously Nemiga losing arguably their strongest soldier to an even bigger fish in the CIS scene, right? Obviously, for those that maybe didn't know, Sawalio has only been here 1 day. This is, you know, his first day on the job. He's just went through the PR training and what have you. They lost the man's way to Spirit, and so big shoes to fill on his Deagle. He does take a bit of damage, but it's not without an attractive shot from Xanta. Scout finds the mark, and welcome to D2. It is basically the new Inferno in situations like these where you've drawn a bit of a short straw, you have no easy way in. There is an easy way out, and that is not going to be the financially damaging retake. It is just a flat save for Mix. A disappointing way to end this round, but one that Nemiga will take no matter the cost.
And somehow the second most surprising thing of the round is that you think these players get PR training. So Nemiga pulling off very impressive one. I mean, it's literally just walked up A, nice contact piece. And Fletcher trying to do some damage at the end there, but one pick onto the solo player ramp, and that's it.
Yeah.
There was a deep deposit long, but that didn't really get any value. So Mix very quickly put in a difficult position. They can reinvest, of course, but for all intents and purposes, we are at a level score. And despite the good B spawns, Nemiga like to play with a much slower pace. Mix, on the other hand, right up the guts of mid.
Wow.
Xanta staring on down a couple of players. Hits a haymaker through the wall, which will land onto Vault. Support is arriving from lower tunnels as well, and that's even more damage onto Rigger. Oh, and Acre. Mix have barely got a leg to stand on after that initial exchange.
As you say, a massive gut punch thrown by Nemiga, winding this Mix investment. Of course, they saved a lot of these rifles, but still, all the pennies they had into the round 3 basket. This one is going to be over quite quickly. Would expect another save out of those rifles, especially Acor and Rigon, as you say, being tagged up so heavily. XBNE partners trying to put some pressure in middle. Nemiga don't bite, they don't move. Nothing. Wait until they want to play on their terms. Execute happening, or at least towards short, not so much onto the site just yet. To be honest with you, they've got to get a move on, because as much as I'm saying, you know, they're playing on their terms, quite quickly, with 25 on the clock, they're going to be playing into the hands of Rigon. Yes, low HP, but look at the bodies that have just entered the B site, Harry. It doesn't matter what Rigon does here. There's so many layers to this defense, and not a lot of time.
Healthy players on site. The BXX coming in. There was no long control. This is the only option. It's straight to the choker. Well, welcome to Nemiga Gaming, I guess, Sawalio. A team kill in the mix as it's left to one Flutchero on 5 HP with 3 seconds or less to win it on time. I don't believe it.
No.
But Mix have gone away with absolute murder.
No, you cannot be losing rounds to time like that. And a big micro misplay is that there was a missed flash from Nemiga. It blinded everyone in tunnels, delayed them by 3.5, 4 seconds. And 10 on the clock, there was 3 players. It should never have been that close, by the way. Mix, I don't know how that they're left with 1 player on such low HP. Feels like everyone missed the mark. There was a TK in the mix. It was just a clumsy round of Counter-Strike from Nemiga. And they pay the ultimate price. The work done to give themselves that rebound round out of the back of the force investment. All unwoven. Acor caught in the smoke. Lear spams through the edge of the smoke. Just in front of the door, the scout is dropped and through the heart of the map. Can't just swing spawn. Needs to kill through middle.
Well, re-peeking just to confirm. Finish what he started. Find a kill. A second would have been a gift because Mixed so desperately need it. They're going to walk out of this round with their heads hanging as Nemiga have tied things up almost immediately. You talk about work unwoven. Well, very quickly they're able to string things back together. Fast and loose. A very quick play through middle. Double doors has been an issue for Mix at the moment. Holding on to that space towards Xbox. They've shown us a couple variations, smokes, aggressive maneuvers, but neither of them have really got the kind of vice grip on that area of the map that you'd like to see from them.
Yeah.
Maybe a CT boost up the court, something like that. Just a variation. Could be nice to see, but Nemiga have dealt very well with what's been thrown at them so far.
No, I was going to say exactly that, right? Like, you've got to look at the extremities maybe a little bit more. Think about, you know, you can self-boost onto short now. Do we want to overload the short angle? Do we want to try and maybe just take long presence and let someone sit deep? Do we even want to think about pushing tunnels on B? You know, it's not exactly like Nemiga have shown an overwhelming amount of presence on the left and the right channel of the map. As you say, it's just been very central, very forward, and there hasn't been much to do to stop them from doing whatever they want, right? The only time it's failed was indeed that round where they ended B with about 3 seconds to go and just didn't give themselves enough time to get the bomb onto the site and in the ground. Technical pause, of course, and apparently it's not going to be a long one. We're coming back soon.
Yeah, just fed that information by production to make you look like a mug, right?
Yeah.
Just say tech pause for it to immediately unpause. He's laughing as well. But no, there is no conspiracy working against you, Ryan. Not everybody in life is out to get you, despite what the people in Twitch chat tend to think for these sorts of games.
Well, I mean, you want to talk about, you know, the possibilities of the new VRS system. I'll shut up for a second because there is an early fight score as well. They do try and challenge, it's not a good one. Yeah, you want to talk about the severity of an event like this. You know, you play in a qualifier, if you make it, you're playing against some of the best, well, all the best teams in the world, really. There's no easy game in Pro League. Of course, it's all laughs and you see, you know, very content-based as well, which is always nice to see. But for players that haven't exactly hit the top flight yet, it's a massive event in terms of VRS points. It's a massive event in terms of experience. You know, this is a massive opportunity to try and throw away for Nemiga. I mean, they're 12, well, now 11 rounds away from doing so. They've got to play chase. Dust 2, home territory. As much as you want to feel like it's your home base and you can kind of kick your feet up, you definitely can't, because if you lose one here, you're out. There is no second chance. There is no way back in. You don't have the points to be invited. So this is your only avenue. It's cutthroat. It's serious. And it's a hell of a lot for the rest of your year as a team on the line.
For Nemiga. Points to be raised there were ad-libbed by the hissing of mixed players getting burnt alive, engulfed in flames, and well, this round it does look to have derailed a little bit. A fully healthy Synopsy with an AK in hand is a scary prospect indeed. He's queuing up outside the B site, ready to put the fear of God into Nemiga. The first test, perhaps, is the most difficult one. Khan, right by his side. Other side of the door, but Synopsy nails it, and the follow-up is even better. It's only 10 HP. First taps out of his rifle is good enough to find the initial kill, but Juan Flatro is right there, in and amongst it. Mix gets stuck in, and we go all even yet again. Yeah, I'm gobsmacked, mate. That's 2 huge rounds now that Nemiga have managed to find a way to lose. 3v3 against 1 AK and 2 USPs, they lose. You want to talk about that B play as well? I mean, what, 4 on 3, 2 players on 10 health maybe, and somehow they find a way to lose. This could have been 5-1. You know, other than the pistol, Nemiga have found themselves in a winning spot every single round. I think for Mix, maybe a bit of an eye-opener. With 3-all, we're finding so much luck and fortune in rounds like this. We need to start playing some proper Counter-Strike. And the boost on short that you asked for, Harry, delivers. Quick pick towards the lower tons push. Can't try to return the table with his own scope, but to no avail. M4 in middle, huge damage. Rigon, 1.5. Synopsis assist finally found. And it is a 2-on-3 that Nemiga now need to kick back into gear with. Rescopes. To the pleasure of Juan Flatro, who can hear steps. They go silent as the remaining Nemiga players group up to make this B play happen. It's been torrid so far, hitting towards this left-hand side of the map. And Volt is getting ready to receive. No, he's taking a shot through the mid-drift, and Khan opens things up. AWP on the line, smoke to support. Bomb yet to go down. It doesn't look as if it's going to post-haste. It's bought a lot of time for Juan Flatro. His position before was opportune, and even more so now has been revealed. Peek from the side by Xanta, but in the big box mid-site, it's all on Khan. Edge of his own smoke. He knows where Acor is. The hip fire won't land. So Mix will find themselves in front yet again.
And this time it's with devastating repercussions. Risky Bob at 3.4, Lear 2.7. There's going to be a lack of AKs in the hands of the attackers' hands. There is 3 possible premium rifles, 1 MAC-10, 1 Galil. Yep, it is exactly that. Mix have the lead. And as I said to you, Harry, that's probably another round you could even arguably add to the list. Is that a round that Nemiga should be losing? After retaking the mid-presence, I thought maybe they had a chance back in. Instead it goes the way of Mix. Nice shot from Acor. The damage. It all adds up. Early stages yet again, Amiga knocked down a peg.
9 of T's in middle right now. As Mix this time feel that area of the map is best left alone. Synopsy has to care for his head. You look at this Nemiga side, it does feel like there is a star player, an absentee. Khan is the first to be shown the door on this round, but as you say, you know, Zwei going off to Spirit has big implications, and as Sawali has tried to step up as best he can,
Yeah.
it's not quite coming together for them right now. And especially on a round like this where they're quite static, there's not much movement, you're looking for someone to just take the round by the horns and get things started. Santa seems to think it's him, and well, he would be damn right. Juan Flatro removed from long, but the night is drawing ever closer. The round is getting late on. 30 seconds and the bomb only just arriving in upper tunnels.
Late lunge, A-Court. Dangerous game, sitting around the edge of a smoke. Volt now left. Rock in a hard place, his teammate is the distraction. And he is the hammer, finds the first, needs a second nade in front of him. Rigon now left to clutch. They've got the bomb, and it's the exact same round yet again. Low time, Santa has to go running through the smoke, and Rigon knows where he's coming from. It's another heartbreaking round for Nemiga, and we are just not clock watching enough. This attack always left late, in fact too late, as it is another heartbreak, another round lost. Admittedly, at least the kill happens before time, but we cannot keep gifting opportunities like that to Mix, because they are taking every single one of them.
From such advantageous positions as well. Time is a resource, and it's one which has worn thin for Nemiga a couple of times now. Their inventory here, taking stocks, just pistols, but Khan's found something from the top shelf. Delivers a bullet to the brain of Juan Flatro.
Oh, and he's even picked up the M4. They've got the MP9 in the pockets as well. That's 2 guns handed over. Not good. Khan gets another. What a round. Deeg into M4. It's critical damage to the CT side. 2 on 3, and there might just be the gap that Risky Bob has found out towards B.
Khan's version of gun game has worked out well for them, but Bob needs to hold up his end. Another B play made. Plenty of time on this occasion. But still, both CTs present on roll call, ready to stop the cross. Bob's already taken a boatload of damage. Bob has his double. Down to the 1v1, no way! Lear just plucks it out of thin air. The round materializes for Nemiga. That keeps them right in and amongst this half. In fact, this is their chance to go ahead and tie things up.
It's the most backwards game of Dust 2 I've ever seen, Harry.
What is this buy from Mix as well?
I don't know.
Acor's living the high life with an AWP, but I'm seeing players on pistols.
Yeah, I mean, money just warmed thin. Acor surviving a little bit. It's just so strange. Like, all the rounds that Nemiga should be winning, they're losing. And then now we're starting to see Mix. A round that they probably should have taken. A Deeg turns into an M4 worth its weight in gold. 2 on 3, they kill the first 2 and then lose the 2 on 1. It's so backwards. And speaking of the AWP, Harry, the rogue investment, it's the first to find the frag. And look, how Synopsis just warped across the map, mate. I don't know how he's here so quick.
The last gun you'd expect to find in this round, probably, against Mix. But it has been dealt with. The stress test continues as Rigon tries his best to steal away a gun, hold on to half a chance. Utility damage on the player's side, but still, it isn't enough to soften them up to striking distance for Juan Flatro. And all is well that ends well, I suppose. 5-5. Similar scenes to what we saw at the end of Mirage here, Ryan, to be honest, from the T side.
2 to go, so it'll be Mix to take the eco. It'll be yet another even half-time. I feel like, you know, for what it's worth on Mirage by now, I think we had 2 or 7 timeouts now. We're 0 timeouts deep. Everyone's still confident in the map and what they're doing within it. There's a kill, a quick one at that. Rigon dead towards B, the only upgraded pistol in this round. The rest of them will shy away from a gunfight, at least for now. USPs head towards spawn. Just looking for the exits, I do believe. Risky Bob getting all of these steps, though. A bit of a shooting gallery. Takes one to the face. But still with half health, I don't think he'll shy away from taking his teammates on over. And in the meantime, trying to find a bit more. One more to the tally before eventually the headshot found. Lear tapping away. Nice first shot. Still trying to tap. Come on, mate. We can't be missing all those. Come on. There we go. Get there in the end, I guess. 6 on the board for Nemiga, but Synopsy nearly gets out with his life.
Yeah, I'm glad I wasn't following the action there as closely as you. It's looking like 6 to 6 is the best case scenario for Mix right now, as they were trying to play scorched earth at the end of that round. No keepsakes. All in to the next as the bomb is dropped back in T-spawn. Nemiga will play slow and expansive, a wide net cast. We've seen from these kinds of positions, if they can't get a long control early, they do tend to finish towards B, and for that reason you're seeing Mix stack players up on the ramp towards the site in middle, just waiting for the approach to be made.
Oh, bait and switch not set up quick enough. One flat throw now. 2 decisions, leave to CT to join his friend, or fight fire with fire. Rigon maybe a bit over-welcoming to the mid-fight. Synopsy trying to do the same. Khan drops off, probably at the best time for the A1S, and some good damage pumped out through the doors. One flat throw with one, bolt shot down to the big green. It's the pivot towards B that Nemiga will try and dash for. Mix aware of the situation, but the sightline found, and the AWP given enough time. He gets back on the angle. One flat throw from behind, gets another. 2 on 2 as Acor finds one through the smoke.
Chasing up the play, but things go quiet. Bomb's still not in. Digit's not yet punched. Holding tunnels. One flat throw doesn't stop. He's walked out car, for God's sake. And now Sawalio, the corner is a little more shallow than it was before, has a chance. Wanted to play discipline, takes it in the open instead. And in the clean air, finds Acor to make it 7-5 for Nemiga.
As he turns it, nice headshot.
And so the second half is a last chance saloon for Namiga. They've managed to bag themselves an advantage here on Dust 2, their own map pick. Although the context surrounding it is majorly important, Ryan. It has not been the cleanest of games from them so far. Mix have already shown us how good their T side can be. We have to remember though that the second half of Mirage, it did take them a while to get going, and you can't afford to give those opportunities to a team such as this.
Taking a lot of damage through the smoke. Trying to return the favor on the side, around the edge on the back throw. Blood, but it's bolted through the heart of it. Rigon. Favor return. There has been only one kill where both opponents have seen each other. Everyone else has died through a smoke. Synopsy delivers more good news. And on the front of Risky Bob, just too many bodies in front of him. Can't hit a thing. And the gap shrinks down immediately. Pistol goes the way of the European side.
Yeah, it's a feel-good round for Mix, I think. Dancing in the dark, dodging bullets. But the band of brothers make it through. No better feeling than taking the A site on Dust 2 with your team on T side, I feel like. I don't know if that's just me personally, but definitely in a strong position now against 5 USPs. Okay, one flash to set up a play. And swings round the side, but they are met with Juan Flatros, AK, and 4 kills for good measure.
Got scary.
Yes, it did.
Just, sorry, evaluating what was coming out into this round. Just an interesting selection. Obviously, the 4 Galils. Well, sorry, 3 Galils and 2 AKs. It's kept Volt. Given the long spawn, given a flash to go run with it. Lear. Okay, well, that's a bit brave, isn't it? Yeah, I was going to say, the nade will push him back. All the same for Mix, though. The distraction was long. The real force out in middle and with some pace at that.
One flash from behind this. The bullets just don't land for him. And Sawalio's got his own back. It's a team kill the opposite way. And may matter not, as Rigon is next on his hit list. The bloodlust stops for nobody, apparently. He now stands 11 kills tall at the top of the CT side of the server. Volt has plenty of work to do himself to try and eclipse that effort, to do what the rest of Mix could not. The molly dropping in will support him here, as Sawalio is an easy pick to kick things off.
2 more to go.
But 8 HP, Ryan.
Is it doable? Probably not, but he'll give it a good go. A bomb plant will go an extremely long way here for Mix. Shin has from long. Doesn't have the time to do this, really, to be honest with you. Volt needs to pick up the pace. Xanta now more aware of, look, with the time being left on the clock, he's just going to have to hit a site. He did have a smoke Volt.
Yeah, I was
Play across. Okay, it's now going to be the hunt. Not much of one. The smoke has completely missed the position where Volt's planted from. So it will eventually mitigate the crisis, but a little bit scary that he was allowed to just do all of that.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised he didn't smoke the cross, but at the same time, you can see the rationale. That's still your chance to take a clean fight on a long angle when you're low HP, higher room for error.
Yeah.
The safety of the plant was prioritized.
Okay, so Alio jumps out the way.
Mix are grouped up behind the double doors here. Looking to pop out after the smoke fades, but they give it a moment. They let it breathe. 4, soon to be 5 players on shore. It's just the incendiary, impeccably timed from Lear, that is stopping them from making this execution a reality. We've just hit the minute mark. Mix are ready to go. The T's now pushing towards the A site as Lear is supported by his own smoke. Great utility, and the flash through would have been exactly what the doctor ordered. Instead, it seems like Mix have the antidote. A lethal injection as the bomb eventually drops to the site.
What a nade.
And that HE, as you say, has shut down the C teams dead in their tracks. They've got to call this quits. The white towel is thrown in as they look to bunker up on the B site.
That HE just shaved off like nearly 100 points of health between the 3 players. Khan taking 10, Sawalio 40, Risky Bob 50, so it all does add up. And Mix walk away with an 8th, a leveler in this map. And considering the series situation and the climate of this map in particular, Nemiga are probably going to be feeling a little bit stressed now, Harry. You know, your chances of Pro League, or at least advancing to stage 2 in the quali,
Yeah.
like quite literally, one BO3, you get through to stage 2 of the quali, you lose this BO3, you're out. And considering Mix are what are effectively 5 rounds away from knocking you out of your hopes at Pro League, it's a damn scary thing to think about.
Mix have plenty of their great players themselves. The credentials are there, but as you mentioned, Nemiga looking to make it back-to-back Pro League appearances, with Season 21 only being their first foray to the tournament. We're at the RMR for Shanghai, the Austin Major, of course. We all saw them make it to the second stage. When you lose a player commended by the best in the world as one of the future greats of this game, it's the kind of loss I think they're looking a little bit too shaken without, perhaps out of their depth here. Santa is grouping up for a brawl beyond this smoke. There is support inside the site, but the player has a flash to help tee up the play. They've just got to watch as it happens in front of them. The blind from Volt, in fact, helps to collect Lear as he's the next one to go. Across all but safe. This Khan has stripped back the forces of Mix, but they've already achieved their goal. They're on the A site, the bomb's going to go in, and that's the round.
Another one of those that you have to chalk up to just a save. The problem is with all of this, Harry, is, as I said, sort of to set the mood at the beginning of this, you're kind of running out of chances to play the safe card. You know, you're going to run out of opportunities to, we'll just keep these guns and move them into the next round. Mix are now at 9. You've got little to no money in the account. Of course, the financial side of things says the save makes the most sense. But in terms of this series, you maybe go from hope to desperation. Khan dropped. Sawalio left. Round outcome will not change. And Mix deposit yet another round in that bank account, getting ever closer to hitting that number 13. And taking Nemiga's chance of ESL Pro League away from them.
Reality is getting closer and closer. Mix steeped in the quality that they have. Just have to get past Sawalio's M4A1S. And double digits will be theirs. Volt flashed onto the angle. It's that man on your screen, Sawalio, but he's been felled and the rest fall behind him. Headshot on a teammate. Oh, it's gone really tricky all of a sudden. Juan Flatro has to help bail his rest of his team out. In fact, he's got it all to do now. Molly can push away some of the stragglers, but still, he's got Lear at his rear. And a little bit too much to handle right now.
Reload. Cancel the reload. Oh, 2 bullets.
Oh, okay.
That's all he needs. Oh, the HE. It's even going to find
No way.
Khan. Is this really going to happen? One flat throw. Smoke on short. Bomb planted for it. Lear moves in. Last known location was lower tunnels. He was tapping away at one flat throw for the quad kill in the round. Lear, the leader, has to step up. X-ray off. It's all about reactions even for us. It's a missed shot from one flat throw. Lear appears out of nowhere and he will just save the day to avoid absolute heartbreak. Nemiga 1 on 3 and they nearly throw it away.
So the captain with 3 years in the Nemiga side bests the 3 HP Juan Flatro, who was looking for his 3rd kill. They say that great things come in 3s, but for Nemiga, they're just getting started. The scoreline tied right back up. Money on a knife's edge for both teams. It may just come down to the next couple of rounds to decide it all, whether Mix continue onwards and that Stockholm dream stays alive, or Nemiga bring us to a 3rd and final map.
Just a mix. They are playing Nemiga, of course, rank 28th in the VRS rankings. A damn good performance against Sangirl earlier today. Already earned my respect there. The fact they might even do it to arguably one of the best teams in this qualifier. I think they're the 3rd, 4th highest ranked team off the top of my head in this event. It's scary. It is really scary that things are doing it. It's bad, good. M4 out of ammunition. Synopsy knew at that point Rigon was a dead man and he was only using his body as bait. Risky. It's another. Synopsy trying to close the gap flash around the corner. He's able to find the mark. Lin on short can only find one. It's a 2-on-2. Mix another chance to just shatter the CT side economy, but a failed smoke. Synopsy has to use a flash to give himself some breathing room. And now the ball is in their court. Synopsy and Volt. So are Leo Khan.
Split up from one another. Somalia might just have the jump on them here. Traded. Volt goes down, but not without a fight. What is that from Khan? Full wallbang through the default box, and he knows that that was audacious, but gets away with it. And that is the difference for Nemiga.
Tech timeout. A huge, huge door has been opened for Nemiga once again. As you say, both sides just so financially crippled that even the smallest of dominoes falling has such a big effect. 1 AK, 2 Tech 9s, 2 Deegs. Then again, on Mirage, we saw the exact same happen with very similar weaponry. It was Volt double on the Tech 9. Took an AWP and found 4 in the rounds. I don't think he's number 1 in the queue to get the AWP out here, but we've definitely seen miracles like it before. Nemiga, no round is an easy round, especially at this state in the series. Apparently, the issue is a mouse has died. So probably giving that a quick zap for the rest of the map. And then back to scheduled programming.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of a momentum breaker here. Not what you would have been hoping for. From what we've seen so far, though, Ryan, from Mix, where is your head at in terms of estimations for this team? Do you see a future for this group of 5 players as a roster. Of course, I'm not saying individually, because of course these are all talented names which we expect to see in the upper echelons of CS.
I mean, it's hard to say, because a lot of mixes that sort of band together like this find themselves in, I mean, the common name honeymoon period, but it's just where you're still learning, you can get away with silly things, and, you know, you're sort of less under the vice of an in-game leader, or, you know, less micromanaged in that sense. Do I think this is a honeymoon period? Yes. But do I think that this team has potential? Also, yes. Like, you look at the pieces, in you know, my honest opinion, you've got the best 3 from back-to-back major performer of Bad News Eagles in Synopsy, Rigon, OneFlatro. Acor, he is an incredible AWPer. A lot of people are quick to judge him and sort of say, oh, there's better AWPers out there. I've played against Acor once. You know, for a lack of better words, he absolutely owned me. He is, honestly, it's so insane how good he is. And as I said, you know, yeah, maybe a bit of bias, obviously, watching ITB, the home team for us in the UK for so many years, make the major, and seeing him get on shore. I'm a big fan of him as a person, but as a player as well. You know, I even said to you, over the last 3 months, he's the highest rated player within this team. I think this team has potential. A run into Pro League, I think that is well out of their leagues right now. But look, if they can pull off a miracle and take the qualifier their way, sky is really the limit for this side. But maybe Nemiga are the ceiling. And we'll see if Dust 2 can be bottlenecked. Good start for Lear on the M4. Zanza, a third. Synopsy just firing blind through the smoke. Acor collects one with a D, but it goes Lear's way. A quad kill for him against the Eco. And it is Nemiga that strike 11.
Getting to that point now. Mix looking at the funds. It's all dried up. This one has to stick, or you're staring at the stark possibility of a deciding map. And Earth, is Sawalio down to 2?
Bang. Acor hit him through the door.
Oh, okay, all right. No, I didn't hear the shot. I didn't see it.
I didn't either.
I was like, what on earth's happened here then? But it all makes sense in the end, I suppose. And for Mix, sometimes you just need that shot through the wall. But out in the open, Bob has his. Risk taken and risk rewarded.
Underlying health for both teams not in great shape. That advantage, as you say, a huge one in the means of this round, and by collateral, the map. Still a minute and some change to play with. What is the plan? A run boost? Rigon going to get launched over the top. Second jump, please, sir. Flash. Go. And run boost failed. He did connect for a bit of damage. Risky bomb forced off the angle. It Mix to be disciplined. We don't want to overstay our welcome. Don't push into the jaws of the big green just yet. Think of option B. It's OneFlatro out towards tunnels that they're going to join, especially now. He's just caught off the tagged MP9 of Sawalio.
Just looking for max damage, and he does so much of it. Followed up by Lear, finished off by the captain. Nemiga taking 12 in a comfortable fashion. Mix starting to fade away at the end of Dust 2. Ancient looking all the more likely, especially when you consider the dire straits that their money's been thrown into now.
Die card hits the first peak. Shoulder shown by the scout of Volt. He's trying to return the favour, but the AWP falls off. Doesn't want to challenge, at least while the smoke is open. 3 in a row required from Mix. It has to start with a 4v5. A huge creep up on short for OneFlatro. He's not even going to fall back. Eventually, because of the HE, he will. It makes out some good utility. A smoke deployed from the CT side.
Lear once more. This trusty compatriots by his side, supporting all the while. So 1 versus 2 now, 5v1, and it's over in an instant.
Have that determination to take some of the bigger scalps in this quali. A team that was really ranked nowhere in this event. Came from the open qualifier, 128 ranked in the Valve rankings, the VRS system, of course. Nemiga currently sits number 4, excuse me, in this tournament in terms of rankings themselves. They are one of the favourites to make it through this entire event. And it all come down to the wire, as you say. Ancient up next to see if they have what it takes to defeat one of the best, or if Nemiga over the course of 3 can hang on.
Take it is a magical moment. And not every moment can be precious like this. So come on, here's something you don't want to miss.
I don't even see who won that. It was just over in the blink of an eye.
Yeah.
Can we get a VAR check? Who's picking the side?
It is ancient as well, just for those wondering. Those the less keen of eye, I suppose. Yeah, we're going to be heading into it in just a moment, Ryan. How are you feeling though? We've already discussed in detail how it is we're feeling. I would say Namiga right now have to be favourites. I can see the map on the in-game, and there's been a lot of brawling in that mid area. And finally, they're ready to go.
All right, Mix on the CT side. I think you are right, Namiga favourites, but Mix have showed a lot of heart in this series, Harry. Like, it is...
For sure.
An unfathomable amount to even go to a third map. As an unranked team, as a team with very limited time, at least in an official environment together, the fact that they're even, you know, taking a map very close to winning 2-0 and finding themselves on a third, yeah. Very, very solid stuff. Let's see what they got for us, though, in number 3. Synopsy and 1 Flatro. We'll have to watch this one from the spectator screen. Acor, Rigon, and Volt left to pick up the pieces. B-site compromised. Everyone is nowhere to be seen. I think this one is pretty much etched into stone already, that Namiga will start ancient on the right foot.
Acor in middle gets overwhelmed. Just down to Volt and Rigon, former teammates on Gamer Legion, put to rest by the new boy on the block, Sawalio. 24 hours and counting, but still plenty of impact made. That's a 3k on the pistol, which gets Namiga started.
Second should just be a flat eco as well. Ancient, one of those maps that you can get sort of a bit cheeky. You don't have to buy as much utility, so taking a flat eco here will give you enough to invest purely in weaponry and whatever else you can afford in round number 3. Let's see try in the eco. Unfortunately, oh dude. Yeah, you'd be tilted at Xanta for that. I'm not going to lie to you. He's just blocked him off. Completely fluffed his chances of staying alive in the round. I mean, he does get 3 with a Mac 10, so money in his pockets. Sawalio nearly drops to the USP, but pretty straightforward. 2 for 2. Namiga,
And
quick start.
yeah, we're just glad that it's not Sawalio this time, because in the last map he was involved in 2 team kill exchanges, once on the receiving end, second time got his own back. Namiga move around in a cluster at times, that is their undoing. For the most part, when it comes to starting off rounds, they're so default heavy. They don't like to give us that change of pace, and on a map like Ancient, when you need to fight for a little bit more control, it does suit their style quite nicely. On the mix side of things, players like Juan Flatro have had their moments here before. I'm sure you'll remember a few of them.
Oh yeah.
Individual skill harnessed from strong anchoring positions. In this round, he's one of a few players now grouping up in the red to go ahead and re-clear this space. Bob on the other side doesn't want to get caught with his hands busy. There's a little bit too much going on. Flash from Acorn sets up Synopsy. It's the A site now under threat, but the CTs arriving in numbers. They fall where they stand. Single player advantage for Namiga, but look at the health. It's so low, but it matters not. All on Volt, one lucky spray and he could be in for a few kills, but even then, it's a hit and hope.
Well, let's see what he's got in the tanker here, Volt.
Here's the double reload. Managed to get out on site already, but down to 19 points of health. It is fleeting. Made to do a flip, and Namiga find all 3.
Probably the coolest way to exit out of the round is to somersault your way out of existence, but there you have it.
I mean, I saw that Tony Hawk is getting more involved in esports or whatever, so...
Is he?
No, not really. But he
Oh,
was
okay.
at an esports event recently.
Oh, I
So-
didn't even know that.
Yeah, well, such is life, I suppose. So I don't remember Tony Hawk doing many backflips, but, you know, swings and roundabouts into the next round. Mix with not the most money. And, oh, actually, that flash from Xanta probably does more harm than help. One Flatro with an opportunity to just move around this smoke, and support has arrived on the scene. Still Juan yet to be cleared, forcing Xanta into the cave where he will find his. It breaks 4 on 4 with the bomb over towards an empty A site.
Yeah, freebie for them. Rigon is in main, but activating way too late. So find himself firing at the default angle there, playing the headshot. Xanta finding A core. Done, Khan gets one, Rigon. Quick to trade, tries to jump up. Where's the M4? Trying to long arm it over the top of the triangle. Will eventually get there. Out, Lear caught in the open. There's no time to defuse. I was going to say, that if
no
they had a
kit.
kit in play, it was very doable. But they will find themselves a win no matter what. It is just the case of damage. And to be fair, a lot of it done. Volt survives with the AK. But 4 players dropped on the side of Nemiga as well.
It's a solo Soalio that will survive the round. Still yet to go down in this map, as Nemiga can say the same for their score count. 4 rounds unanswered. Finally, we get a better buy out of Mix. 4 players with full nades. AWP back on A-Core. Has had moments, started the series strong. There's been good off as time's gone on through the middle of the fire and flames. Soalio will eventually fall, but there's a quick trade in place for Nemiga. Mid has been overrun successfully yet again. Now this reposition from Rigon, however, I am a big fan of.
Volt. Easy pickup, advantage falls back in the court of Mix. Yet to score around here. Volt. Oh, you could just see it happening. Xanta counted down the seconds in his head, knew when
Yeah,
the retraction of the cave control was going to happen, and
but
the number's now leveled.
in the meantime, Rigon has cleared out all of A, so Mix can focus on the B site itself. A-Core's still worried about the possibility of a mid play coming in. That's where Rigon needs to take the next step and confirm it clear. Site control has been given up in the process, and A-Core just fails to pull the trigger. His hands go numb. Fades to black, and Mix have to bail from the situation. It's going to be 5 from 5 for Nemiga now, despite the great situation that Mix managed to put themselves in. I felt like the CT macro there was really good.
Will close. Draw to its natural end as the bomb goes off. Mix. That one hurts. I think that was their best chance yet at scoring in this. Matt Parry forced to wait longer. As Nemiga on a heater here on the start of Ancient. And you kind of feel like they're returning the favour of what we saw out in map number 1, right? That Mirage 6-0. Yes, the half did turn ugly for Mix, who were the leaders at the time. And the scoreline got a lot closer, but because of that hot start, it just felt like they were uncatchable in the rest of the map. And I think Mix needs to be careful. Falling into the same trap does have that devastating repercussion. You know, this is the final map of the series. If that does happen, we will not be going to Pro League.
Still feels like a long way away with that double elimination stage and only one open slot available. We already know how much it means for Nemiga. just be their second time at the competition. As I mentioned earlier, with attendance at some of the biggest events that we've seen the last couple of years. Well, last year or so, I should say, 365-day stint. We're looking to make it 6 for 6. Still piling on the pressure. They will disengage from mid eventually and hand it over to Miga. 1 minute left to spare, and that is when they make their arrival. The A side of the map looking very open right now as B is opened up with Juan Flatro falling in cave.
"30 seconds. To be fair, yes, it's a 4-on-5, but the time is low. They have to make a move fast. B under lock and key. Synopsy finding Xanta. That volley dangerous because it's now keeping them back for that little bit longer. A-Core at that brokey angle, coming out of Temple, needs to hit shots, needs to deny the bomb going down, but it's Rig on the flanks too. Needs to get more, can't vault. 8 seconds, not in a position to deny the plant from happening. Flashed off towards spawn as well. Has got a kit, no utility. 1-on-2, it's a big ask. He needs to step up.
It's another clutch situation for Vault, a 1 versus 2, a tough negotiation. He will bring a kit this time. No tap. It's about the first player, but Sawalio has already taken his timing around the back. It is 6 consecutive from Nemiga. And no matter what kind of position Mix put themselves in to deal with this offense, they just don't have the answers.
How bad does it get before they win a round? You know, how bad does the deficit go before Mix show face here on this third map? This one, also a likely candidate, a full investment. All the eggs in the basket once more. Trying their best to score. Better late than never. Start Rig on getting away unscathed as well.
He has been the one highlight for Mix so far this map. Started the series slow, but from Dust 2 up until this point, has looked to just a little bit. Xanta knocking on the door of B, posing some questions, which we'll very soon see answered. Biggest concerns that we had for Nemiga on the previous map was that they left it late at times, and with the 30-second mark now crossed, time is of the essence. It is dwindling. Juan Flatro, his nose pressed to the choke, MP9 in hand, followed up by A-Core's A1S, and with that, oh, it's just not quite enough. All of a sudden, the House of Cards, it just falls apart straight through Mix's hands. Rigon has to step up and be the hero yet again. 5 kills already to his name, needs 3 more now. Shuffles into a spot which goes cleared by Xanta, the hero of the round for Nemiga. Such important entries. 7 not out. This has been quite the turnaround.
I mean, it's hard to say anything in this spot, right? You want it to be a competitive third map. Both teams put in such a shift to get here. You know, open quals, or in this case, you know, VRS invite, but playing so well in so many other events. The fact that 7 rounds into our third map to see who gets knocked out and who makes their kill. Exactly a round go the way of Mix. It's a better start. We're 5v4, but Juan Flatro has given up his life in lane. Volt also joins him. A-Core, nice shot on the D. Need a couple more though. Tagged up to 19. It's tricky. There's mollies. There's fire. Unfortunately, the only thing being burnt right now is the Mix chance of making the main event. Synopsy 1 on 3. It really could be 8-0.
The coattails of Risky Bob on fire as he lives up to his name. Bobbing and weaving. And always a little bit risky, that peek through the fire and spawn. Just completely catching Mix off guard. Even in a round where they're supposed to have the element of surprise. He wants the exit. It is messy, but he'll get there. Can he get the gun though? No, because he's dead to the bomb anyway, but Jesus, that was one of the rounds. One of the many rounds that Namiga have found so far.
I think you should have just left it at 1 of the rounds. It was a round, and it's in Namiga's name once more. Continual pain and punishment. They just cannot find a way into this map. Tried the mid pressure, didn't work. Tried the B lane pressure, didn't work. And the struggle, it's really there. Is round 9 going to be the breakthrough?
Rigon is walking the line, but being hearing step back in the way, spam from Namiga as they have a feeling he might just be on the other side, and they're correct in their hypothesis. Mix haven't really left any CT presence towards mid later in the round. The rotations have been strictly spawn-sided. The deviation here is Acorn alive, replenishes that smoke in the elbow yet again. We're past the minute and Namiga are only just starting to make their move, but it hasn't mattered so far, and it might not here either. Not unless Acorn can hit the shot which he needs. Maybe he doesn't have to. Juan Flatro has supported him in his endeavor. The bomb still dropped all the way back. The players on the B site for Namiga have to do it all, and they've already started through Xanta once again, the conduit for further success.
In Synopsy Court, 2 on 3. The bad news is just flowing. Giving a chance. Oh my word! Nearly misses everything. Acor, scope in, 8 seconds, can't pass on the corner!
Oh, how?
It's a massive miss! And the bomb goes down, pivotal moment, Juan Flatro needs the kill. He gets it. Lear, cubby corner, scope in, Acor eventually hits the shot he needs. And Mix etch in there first, but it takes them 9 to get there. It takes 1.
I mean, if there was any round that Mix were to win, that would be it. Or in fact, no, not really. I mean, so many missed shots from Aker. Juan Flatro struggling a little bit there as well, but they've put the pieces together, they've broken the ice, and they're on the board. That's the biggest takeaway. They are on the board now. It was so needed. And Namiga really should have punished them.
Some damage done at the beginning to the Namiga attack, but you feel like this half, even though the first of 9 go Mix's way, the pressure is still relentless. Lear walks out of a main. Rigon caught with his pants down. Util in pocket. Molly missed. It's actually good. So not too much of a swing other than just face the default angle. It's a missed Molly that pans out to be an okay one. Quattro tucked in at default, re-swings, activates, Volt gets another. Khan fighting for his life behind big box. Soalio 1 on 2, knows where both players are, and still just less than a minute to play with.
Mix right back in it. Bomb in the open. Sawalio trying to escalate things here. Nade goes in. Juan Flatcher in position revealed. Acor can't afford the missed shot and won't. Right on the money. And I'll say it in a hushed tone, but it does feel like when a team shows up right at the end of the half, you almost feel like they're set to win the remainder of them. I could very easily see this becoming 8-4 if Nemiga aren't too careful. And their money, not in the strongest of situations either. There are concessions being made. Mac 10, Galil.
I was going to say, for a team that won 8 rounds in a row, I think from a standpoint, admittedly my fault, has gone completely under the radar, as you say. Win one here, money's reset, and it is an 8-4 half. It's somewhat recoverable. You still heavily rely on winning these 2 rounds here, and the pistol to get you back into the game. It's another sitter missed for Acor. Now, the pivot towards either side can happen. A has to be careful for the flank. B now locked in on site because of what's at spawn. Scary times.
Mix bolting down the hatches, trying to play defense on the sites rather than middle, which lets Sawalia right through the center. Look at Volt, he's on an island but still able to fight. Just the one which he will be able to pick up. Synopsy, opportune as ever, wants to catch the bomb in transition. There are a couple of low targets on the other side as he goes storming through his own smoke, and the one placed next beyond him. Sawalia removed, the spam searching for the next. Still the 1 versus 2, and still very winnable. Reload has been heard. Reposition expected. Backed up into cave. This one is watched by Lear. Cristobal playing from long is there, and Lear plays for the spam in the end. And we'll find the kill that takes Nemiga up to 9. They had to work for it, but that round felt a lot more efficient.
One more in this half. Now at 3. The kills are plentiful, and they're all in yellow in middle. Acor gets one back, but it is just decimation. I mean, we're what, 20 seconds into this round, and Volt's been placed into a 1-on-4. It's going to be the half over, and it's double digits Nemiga inside the first 12.
It's unbelievable. The first map, Mix is choosing Mirage. A 13-10 win, which inspired confidence that this Cinderella run could send them all the way to Stockholm. But Nemiga come crushing back with a reality check. 10-2 on the half. There's a mountain to climb for Mix now.
As he turns it, nice headshot.
8 rounds separating the teams. Nemiga far in front and Mix fading as the night goes on. Their opportunity to make it to Pro League seemed far-fetched, but with the results that they've got already knocking Sangal out of the competition, we held out hope for the possibility. And on Ancient, there's still a chance that anything could turn around. It is CS after all. Ryan, where's your head at coming into what could be the last time that we see Mix in this competition?
Unfortunately, I think no matter if they win or lose the pistol, it's such an uphill battle. 10 rounds, the gap. I mean, that's 10 rounds straight without dropping a single round. It's pretty hard to do in the first place. Never mind when you're going to feel demotivated. We'll see if they've got it in the tanker to battle through this. I just think it's going to be quite an emotional one. You know, you've worked so hard in the open qual. You beat Sangal this morning. BO3, you're playing him. D2 looks promising. You lose out on Amiga's pick. That's acceptable, but heading to the third and possibly being wiped out here in such devastating fashion. It is a do or die. It really is all or nothing. The question is how big is everything for the mixed side? How deep do they run before the cracks start to get the better of them? An unpracticed team, may I remind you, or at least a limited practice team, I should say, compared to the likes of Nemiga. In every sense, Nemiga now have them beat. It's just the classic David versus Goliath story. And unfortunately, Goliath is winning quite heavily at that.
Yeah, he certainly is. I have to say, I don't know how many times I've seen Nemiga and Goliath put together, but they are one of the better teams in the competition, as you said. 4th seeded, I believe, amongst a few other names. Taking a look at what the scores on the doors are and how the other teams are doing at this point in time, I mean, I had seen that Sashi had taken a map away from Liquid and going into the decider. They do lead 8-1. So,
yeah,
who knows? We have seen stranger things.
No, it's true. We also had 9 get knocked out by TNL.
Yeah.
Which is a huge one, as you say. Sashi up 8-1 in that decider. Iberian Soul OG, 9-all as well. So, some close games across the board.
Pistol could mean everything for Mix. Get started in the kind of fashion that they would have liked. Rigon at the double, his 3rd before the dust settles on the A site, and Mix have time to set up this post plant. The retake comes in from either end. 1 player spawn, that's Lear, already dropped to 65. And Xanta's Berettas have found their mark as well. A 1v1 between the 4 guns, and it's Xanta again. All on Rigon. He must ace to keep Mix alive in this Pro League qualifier. Season 22 might just be too far away if he can't pull this off. And it's not possible. Lear has done it. The plant at the very least will be the cash injection for a potential force. But the 11 rounds have gone against them already. And the incline only gets steeper from this point.
Yeah, that is painful. Another advantageous position. Thrown away. This time it's Mix that suffer the ultimate consequence. There is a technical timeout before we head back into the action, but I just feel, at least in my head, Harry, it's all the same. Timeout or not, no matter what the excuse is, Mix's time in this qualifier has ran out. And I cannot overstress the disappointment that is. Not for me or you, just for players, right? So hard, such a short span of time. You make it through the European qualifier. You play Sangal this morning. You know, probably have one of the longer games in Counter-Strike's history. Not exactly the longest, but I think what went 55, 60 rounds, somewhere around that mark. 28-25. So yeah, what, 53 rounds of Counter-Strike to make it to this BO3. Such a competitive map 1, a very competitive map 2 as well, may I say. And then for this to be the scoreline in the 3rd. It's sort of an injustice, isn't it, on the performance that they've had in this whole event. We'll see if they've got any fight in them with the fourth buy, but yeah, I don't know, mate. Look, miracles can happen, but I think this is more than just a miracle.
Good damage onto Lear to start. He makes up one of 3 players currently on B, as middle is where Mix look to try and go next. The molly drops to the back of Donut. That's the information that they have cleared at least some of this space, and with Rigon still roaming around, there was the possibility of a late lurk, but that rifle needs to find itself involved in the execution. One of the few things that Mix do have going for them is numbers in this situation. It is a 5-on-2 towards the site now, as Bob has dropped off a little bit. Even with that initial bit of pressure, little moves made. The CT side now starting to get themselves in position. Still 2 players from K. Site does open up for Mix, and Bob's got things started. Opening proceedings, first kill late into the round as the bomb just goes in. 2 immediately back from Namiga, and Bob still hanging around on the site. The fog hanging over the heads of Mix as they can feel this dream slipping away from them. 2-on-2, Volt up close, getting personal again. Another kill from him. Sawalio with it all to do, but he's done it so far. No transfer for him. 3 for Mix, and they're first of this second half.
Sure, a nice first round. How good does it go for the Mix side in the future? Yes, Namiga on pistols. Yes, Mix with the better weapons. 8-round deficit is so much to work against. Over rotation toward B.
Yeah, on thin ice. As they know that each and every passing round may just be one of their last. It was an attempt made on the B site, but an attempt on Synopsy's life in the end is what it transpires. The B is, Bob loses his head, loses his life. Felt like a little bit unnecessary, but the information was what was most important there, and it's just reconfirmed. Mix are still hanging around B. Juan Flatro, more importantly, he's the only one that's been spotted. The rest of his team on the T side are moving over towards A, but Juan Flatro is still farming up kills.
Just down to left, as you say, buying the time and the space. He'll eventually get all 5. Nicely done for Mix to find their 4th. Some good money put into his bank account as well, Mr. Flatro. Give it a go in number 16. Full USP eco for Namiga, so no interest in winning this round, just about damage and keeping your money. That's the aim of the game.
Ooh, Juan Flatro is a dead one. Response from Rigon. Namiga creeping up through the cave. But the walls are painted red, and it's just Khan left. Mix are slowly starting to get there. Just a matter of 6 rounds now that will separate them from tying up the score, but that still feels like a long way away. Ryan, we have to keep ourselves grounded in this kind of situation, as do Namiga. They will understand that it's not going to take much for them to close out this map, but the fact that they are so close, yet still haven't found a winning formula against this T side with money underneath it, becomes all the more problematic.
tilt on flat throw. A blind ran out towards lane. Nemiga applying the vice grip on this control. A nice double. Will eventually get taken down, but not before. 85 damage is dealt. Risky Bob catching Rugun, trying to walk through the red room smoke. Volt sat twiddling his thumbs outside B, waiting for Acor to loop around to join him. But even then, the damage is done. It is a 4v2. Nemiga has to close from this spot. Spam. Damage done to Volt. Still just toying, playing with its food as he'll eventually hit the mark. Spots Acor as well, and both kills go his way. Map series and stage 2 point for Nemiga for Mix. It is 7 rounds straight, or you go home empty-handed.
All it is in the end is just a change up in terms of how Nemiga choose to play the B control. Those opening kills just count for so much. Stage 2, something which they'll have familiarity with. It was the portion of the major as they took an exit in Austin. But the fact they were able to find themselves so far in the first place, it says a lot about the direction of this team. The player change doesn't seem to have dissuaded them whatsoever in the slight break. Squalio has done a fantastic job.
Oh, missed Molly.
One of his first officials, like you say, Lear presented with an opportunity. 4 players left back in middle, but doesn't want to snatch at it. Waits for his timing, finds Synopsy eventually. Volt trying to pave the road towards an open A site, but it's through the middle where they choose to go instead. And that's Rigon dropped by Bob. Dwindling in numbers and so far away from one another at this point in time. The 2 main players are just waiting for Juan Flatro to greenlight the play. Lear looking to catch him, but can't. Juan Flatro is just too damn fast. He needs the second. He's gonna get it, and Mix do stay alive for longer.
One on 3 gets the first, but only 1. 6. The countdown begins for Mix. Still series point Nemiga, nothing changes there. They got first in round number 19. Wait, with the lead start for Mix. I don't think for a while, but Mexico's economy substantially is a step in the right direction. Synopsy gives a freebie through the edge of the smoke. Sawalio happily take that fight, knowing that he was in the advantageous spot. 4 players on Mix remain.
4 more chances to keep it going. Nemiga have plenty of those. 6 of their own. And this the 7th. Back out into middle. Mix starting to make themselves known as we cross the minute mark yet again. Risky Bob at top mid, spraying through the smoke from Red Room. Damage onto Acor. Santa has been spotted. His position uncovered and quickly taken down by Juan Flatro. The driving force behind Mix in a few of these rounds, and the one to lead the line, the point man of the push as they head to the MP9s, laid waste on Nemiga. The dream lives on for another round, it will seem. Unless Khan can stave off this aggression from the T side a little bit longer, but he goes up in a cloud of smoke. 7 secured for Mix. And just 6 chances left.
A patient wait for Sawalio to see if he gets to keep his AK. changing. 7 on the board now for Mix. And another technical pause before we head back into the action. Lord knows what it's for this time.
Beats me. You can hear chat going off. I wish we got to see what the players were saying at this point in time, or at least shed some light on the situation. But we'll bring you any updates if and when we have them. Hopefully the game can resume as soon as possible, because we all want to see how this concludes. Mix have momentum now. 5 rounds for Nemiga to close this out. 5 chances. Have to remember, it was a 10-2 half. And even then, Nemiga were able to win the pistol.
We continue to wait, just evaluating the economy for Nemiga in a spot where you're in 2 minds. Do you want the utility? If so, you know, you're going to have to take a bigger hit in terms of what you invest in this round. If you're not fussed and you think that the rifles are enough to push you to 13, then maybe you do give the AK a bit of a support, whether that is utility, armor, or even just an upgraded pistol. Because right now it's pretty bare bones. The 1 saved AK, 4 USPs for the side of Mix. It'll be 4 AKs in the big green, stacks a util. And now, that newfound hunger and motivation, Harry, because maybe there is light at the end of the tunnel. It's easy to say, you know, 10-2 half, you lose the pistol, it's game over. Mix were just no match. Now we kind of have a small sample size to go off in this second half, and you start to believe that maybe Mix's T-side is enough to push for the remaining 5. We'll see. My rule of thumb always, Harry, is, you know, we don't... You don't believe that you can win until you get there, and you don't think a game is over until it's lost. So you just got to stay in that mind, that motivation. It's round by round. And speaking of rounds, this one isn't going to be starting for a bit. So we're going to jump to a quick break. When we're back, hopefully, a long-lasting series ahead of us, and it doesn't all end after this break. Don't go anywhere. You take it.
Well, Ryan, you asked for long-lasting. The break is anything but, fortunately enough for us. We can dive right back into the action. Nemiga will want to close as soon as possible, but this might not be the round. Not unless Sawalio has something to say. 1 rogue rifle, the AK in his hands, could be everything. Currently stationed in Donut. Oh, he was the best positioned CT to do something about Synopsy. But the Kosovan will not stop until Mix have tied this game right back up. It's an entry pick, which starts them off very nicely. Thought Bob was in a decent position to cut the cross, but Rigon is prepared enough to take the fight. So it does go 5-on-3.
I'll say that is one ballsy move from Synopsy, because if he dies, that's a second AK given up to the opposite side. There's one of the AKs gone. Volt quick to react and respond in kind. 2-on-4. 1 player out on B, 1 flat throw. Definitely overstaying his welcome now. He can get away with his life. He will not, so that's why if your team's rotating and hitting the site, you probably want to get in a position where you can activate later on, or just go meet up with your friends. There's no point sitting in between. Khan gets an AK. There's one drop to elbow as well. Let's not forget it's where Rigon died earlier on. If it's still on the ground, you'd argue it's quite the profitable one for Nemiga. 2 safe guns, they give up an 8th, but some upgraded weaponry might just go a long way, especially when you only need the one.
I can't say I've seen this boost too many times before. Nemiga trying to get creative. Any way they can push an advantage or at least hold on to what they have here. Any keepsakes from the round. It's just the one, as Volt has denied one of the 2 AKs from escaping. The chances now down to 4 for Nemiga to close on their own terms in regulation. But this is looking like the best purchase yet. The saved AK surrounded by M4s and an AWP back in the hands of Khan could be a real difference.
Another technical pause.
Yeah, well, in the meantime, we can bring you updates from other fixtures ongoing. Liquid have fallen to Sashi at a scoreline of 2-1. 13-6 for Sashi on the final map of Inferno. Those guys do love an online tournament, I have to say.
I was going to say, they know what it's like to play in qualifiers. Obviously, we had the pleasure of covering them. The pleasure of covering them at the Yalla Compass event, obviously, last year when they made the dream run in the online tournament, got to the LAN, beat Astralis as well. There's a few stories like that, to be honest, within this event. You know, Nemiga, obviously, having played at the most recent major. There's a few other teams as well in the mix that pretty big names. Obviously, we were talking about Liquid, the fact that they're going the distance with Sashi. In fact, just lost against Sashi.
And,
you know,
also
OG.
for Liquid post-major, that's now, for them, a 6th consecutive loss. If you include BO1s, if you discount them, 4 on the bounce. So yeah, they've not played a whole host of officials. So only 3 other games in the last month.
That's a big hit.
Sure.
You know, talking about the big events of the calendar year, you've got majors, Kato, Cologne, and then next in the list is probably your Pro League, right? Like,
No
it is
Liquid
such a
at
big
Pro
event.
League does feel crazy. It really does.
It's a weird thing to say, but we knew that the VRS would sort of cut out the fraudulent teams that have the big invites all the time, you know?
Yeah.
And this is the real end of it, is that you can have these underdog stories, or at least that was the idea. Only one team makes it here, though. It's not going to be Liquid, and it might not be Mixed, because Synopsy has hit the deck early from the elbow position. 5-on-4 handing over to Nemiga. They need 4 in a row. Speaking of 4, that's what they're going to have to work with, but now against, as Volt finds Carl.
And Volt will double up for his efforts as well. He has been on rails in these rounds, finding such impactful kills. As Rigon hears the steps, moving towards CT spawn, can't possibly prepare Volt in time on such low HP to take the hit through the wall. Still the timing being played. Xanta is so far away from the action. He's effectively a non-starter in the round, and with the shadows cast across the walls of Temple, Agor knows that he can take a peek, and Juan Flatro and all the rest on the mixed side know that this is 9. Just 3 rounds in it, no money left for Nemiga. The loss bonus hits the heights, but the one saved AK might not be enough to deny double digits.
I can't believe it. Juan Flatro finds Andy as well. That's all the rifles removed. I am incredibly shocked that it's gotten this close. I said about what's your fight and determination like. I kind of counted Mix out of this, and I don't think anyone at home can blame me. 10-2 half, Namiga win the pistol. It's 11-2. Like,
can we also be so surprised? You look at the backgrounds that these teams come from, the culture of comebacks on Gamer Legion and BNE alike. They have found something deep down in their hearts, a way to cling on. It's all the madness. Opening kills traded, a battle in mid gone quiet. Utility thrown back into the mix from Mix. See if they can't catch on to this next couple of kills. Zanta removed cleanly. The 5-7 of Lear, not so much. A rifle scalp from the body of his dead teammate, and still a 2-player lean for Namiga towards the B site, which was under threat.
Harry, to put this into perspective, on Ancient, the 2-11 scoreline has hit the screens 133 times within the last 365 days. Not a single time a team has managed to come back and win from being 2-11 down on Ancient. It's scary stuff, man. Very scary stuff. And if you want the probability of it happening of all time, in fact, ever since Ancient has been a map, this is just ripped off HLTV, 2-11 has happened 222 times all time, all matches, so no matter what's here, what level, it has not happened once. Quite literally, Mix are going to have to rewrite history here if they want to find themselves in a winning spot in this series. 12-10. First tactical timeout used for Namiga. I think that's 3, 4, 5 rounds too late, being perfectly honest.
Feels kind of crazy that they still had any of these left, I guess.
you
because
just think that they would have all
you
been
would
used.
assume that they would have been used, as Mix haven't called a pause once so far this game. It's only been Namiga feeling like they need to create a break in play, have Box, their coach, stood up on his box, saying his piece and stepping back down, hoping that the players in the server can do their job. Another full investment, the last which Namiga will be able to bring to the table before this round. It's pushed the limit of regulation into the unknown. Rigon cornered, flashed and dead. Is this really how the map ends up going? For Mix to lose so late on. 13-10, the first map that they won. Will they be on the receiving end? Synopsy doesn't even think about it. Couldn't consider the possibility. The captain has got them back on track. One kill in middle, but more on the cards. Echo needs to hit the shot, but can't, and Santa trades it. In effect, the man advantage back on the Namiga Gaming side.
Turn around, mate, turn around. He will eventually. And that's the A site opened up. Khan has made a quick rotate and dash towards Temple, but the other two players nowhere to be seen. The question is, does he slam on the gas and try and catch Mix by surprise? Or does he have to wait for the cavalry? It's valuable seconds burning off the clock. 10 of them already drawn out. The nade is good. The kill is even better. Xanta and Khan, 2v3. And with only 2 rounds left to play, this being one of them, the money is so low, they might just turn to save. A first kill comes in, a second, but it is all too late. 24 rounds will be required. From 2-11, it's now 11-12.
I don't believe my eyes. Mix pushing it all the way, the very distance of Ancient. And only now do we see the next of the tactical timeouts come through from Namiga.
It's insane. You'd think, Harry, at least, you know, if you're losing 4, 5, 6 rounds in a row, maybe, yeah, we just take 30 seconds, have a bit of a head scratch, you know, wonder what's going on. We've decided to use 2 of the 3 pauses in round 23 and round 24.
they must just feel that the read is right. And I don't know if you can blame them. The gap was so big, but it quickly catches up to you. Mixed with the better buy into the 24th. AWP was saved. Akut has the big green. The rifles are there, the nades as well. Just 2 smokes and 1 molly you've already seen thrown in middle. For the CT side, in terms of stopping power, and that is exactly the kind of luck that Xanta would have required. Sawalio from Donut as well. Not like this. Nade and a molly at the back of Donut. They want to try and clear out the new addition, and they've done so. Volt again with an entry pick. But Acre at the base of mid. He's been leveled. And with Khan landing a headshot, it's a simple trade for Lear, and all on Acre. 2 low HP targets.
Oh,
the ult won't be the gun for the job, but the backstab is there, hovering above his shoulder blades. Bob's just got to turn the corner, and the series is done in heartbreaking fashion. Rules are there to be broken, history to be rewritten, but it is not this time. 2-11 down to a 13-11 loss. What a terrible way to make your qualifier exit.
Wow. I mean, that is one of the sickest comebacks attempted. As I said, in history, it's happened 0% of the time. 0.6% of those games go to OT. This one sees neither. Unfortunate stuff. Nemiga move through to stage 2 for Mix. Their run in Pro League comes to an end in the European qualifier. We still have a game on the stream to come up. We're running a bit late, so we're being sort of forced to go to break, so no time to dwell on this one. We do have another game on your screens in just a moment. We'll see you then. Passion UA, GG How, up next.
As he turns it, nice headshot.
Go to broad daylight, feeding every night like Friday night. I keep the party on rock and I Bombay ice. Gotta see stars like Broadway lights. I told a baby girl, you don't gotta kick it with the daydreamers. You can skip the line, I'm the gatekeeper. Plus I got the crowd going crazy, dance floor blazing up, going. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so. With the VIPs in your city, getting litty as a VIC, huh? Yeah, screaming life's a gift, so we live till the bullets till we DIE. DJ, put it back on, keep it hype, we don't wanna hear no sad songs. Everybody up in here just wanna celebrate. Sip a little drink, get the dance on. That's all, listen, everything good over here. We don't want no problems, we just want cheers. Toast to the good life, wine, liquor, beer. Haters getting blocked if they trying to interfere. Swag on 100 and my drip too fresh. Certified stunner, need a big blue check. I don't got no time for no BS, I no negative ideas in my vibe, cause I'm just too blessed. Run it back. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so, feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so, feeling so.
A different point of view and maybe change the day. Gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there. Yes, they're out there. I won't give up the fight. No, gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there. Yes, I do. I won't give up the fight. It's not about pretty faces or something that's clever to say. I'm looking for someone special who speaks to my heart in a spiritual way. Gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there. I won't give up the fight. I've been searching and searching for quite a long time. Been looking all over without a sign. Through highs and lows where I've never been before. Now found the missing part that I've been looking for. Yeah, I have finally found. Now I have finally found. Yeah, I have finally found what I've been looking for. What I've been looking for. I've been searching all over through night and day. Been looking all over in every way. I've walked some winding roads from door to door. Now found the missing piece that I've been searching for. Yeah, I have finally found. Now I have finally found. Yeah, I have finally found what I've been looking for. What I've been looking for. I've been all over, from east to west, from coast to coast. Didn't get no rest. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
As he turns it, nice headshot
So unfortunately, we say goodbye to Mix, but hello to another best of 3. Welcome back to ESL Pro League Season 2022 EU Qualifier. I am Hazard JC, joined alongside Ryan Retro Bernard yet again to bring you through our second series of the evening. We have got Passion UA up against a GG House side, which I think is going to make for quite an interesting matchup.
No, definitely. Straight into the veto. We'll have a little discussion about the teams in just a mo. D2, Mirage, Train, more or less a copy-paste from what we saw in the last series, but leaving Ancient behind us to introduce the newest map in the pool. Maybe not so much in terms of age, but at least a refreshing face and a new renovation in Train. Just quickly to gloss over these two teams, of course, starting off with the Passion UA guys. I think this is a side that, to be honest with you, Harry, I was a little bit of a doubter of the old Passion UA side. I think I even had the discussion with you, and I was just saying, like, I think the one thing they lack is an experienced head on their side, right? Like, the one thing that I think will stop them from going to the top is a couple of names that have been at the top flight of Counter-Strike, or at least near it, right? And that team kind of got pulled apart a little bit. They rebuild with some newer faces. And this Passion UA side, sticking to their Ukrainian roots, have decided to drop in some very experienced names. You know, we were having the discussion with Kvem, obviously, recently at Drillers. We have Demka, that had a lot of time on Monty and even, you know, at Tier 1 events there. You have Warrow, who has been around the block for so long. And now you've got the experience. You look at GG Howe and, well, you know, I kind of said to you that this is a side that kind of will fall under everyone's radars because they're in a very malnourished ecosystem within Counter-Strike. Obviously, one of those Middle Eastern teams. You don't see many of them. But they are probably the best of the bunch, right? You have Boros in there. Osimus is the most recent addition. Issa, Bibu, Mini. But enough blabbing from me. We're into the pistol on D2. Demka, Kvem, both with kills.
Yeah, and as you're listing off the GG How players, they're finding themselves on the wrong side of the kill feed. 4 versus 3 situation, still stable. Quick rotation made by Jacasmo means that he's flanking the double doors almost immediately. Krem's done his job staving off the push for a little longer, but Warrow's made a mess of it. That was the opportunity. It was him, not Jacasmo, excuse me, who found himself in a strong position. And now Topa, the IGL elect, is trying to force them the opposite way, but takes so much damage in the process. This is an incredibly cagey pistol from what initially looked like an affair which would have put Passion right in front to kick off Dust 2. Topa has hit a nice shot out of left field to recover at least something, but Bibu's got the bomb and plenty of space to run into. Not too much time though, 30 seconds.
Through the flash and trying to psych out a rotate from Jacasmo, but the USP still jiggling. Now he pulls the trigger. He hears the steps running away. Well, he's off towards B. I will reclaim A. It's a freebie. It's a plant. You could even sink it in the corner and go play for long if he wanted to. Just clearing close sight. Doesn't elect for the pit play. Instead, sets it down in the heart of the site. And now, lets Jacasmo know exactly what's going on his end as well. Fight towards CT. Doesn't break out just yet. But Jacasmo closing the gap.
Bibu just waiting for contact to be hit. Jacasmo wrapping around ramp with the USP in hand. Now he's spotted the target, but it's Bibu that gets the first bit of damage in. Jacasmo licks him back. A shot through the corner of the box hits him square in the eyes. And so the pistol has been recovered by Passion UA. It did get messy, but they will find it nonetheless.
Looking over his body. Good start for the Passion UA side. A bit of a cagey end, as you said. You know, the fact that things got so out of hand. The flank was the neutralizer in it all, or at least that's how it seemed. And then the door swung back open. 1v1 doesn't go their way. And now a tactical timeout used immediately by the CT side.
Yeah, and I don't hate this. I think Passion understand that that round didn't come on the terms that they would have hoped for. Warrow is playing to contain there. He doesn't have to peek. It was a decision which he made to try and feast off the distraction that the rest of his team had created by pressuring long from the CT side of the map. And even in the clutch there as well, a bit of a gamble taken on which side of the map the plant was going to come in. I'm the sort of player that always likes to stick towards the site that you're closest to at that point in time. Just make sure you have a more preferential angle, but there's a reason why they get paid and I don't. So Fem blocking the smoke early, trying to be a nuisance towards lower tunnels, and playing in the rest of his team. There are 2 players on short right now. Passion don't have any presence on the B site itself. Middle is where their focus lies, as can be said for GG How as well, as the rifles that they had bought into this have already been dropped.
Third kill comes in.
And that was
Still
the last
no
of them.
casualties. Yeah. Indeed, P2. Smoke drops. Scoop up a Galil. Forgetting about the bomb though. Here's Osimus. Collects Waro, so some more damage being done as the AK falls in his hands. 2 on 4, 50 seconds, there's still plenty of time. It's just the retrieval mission of the bomb is the most critical, and then where they go with it is the even bigger question.
This should be a Passion UA double up. Summers. Spawn doubled up now with Issa, the IGL of this team. GG How currently ranked 40th in the world, but you know, Kvem will himself be familiar with these guys, as they would have played in the same qualifier to the RMR with Drillers, as you remember. For some, controversially, that was the route that they took to make it to the Shanghai Major RMR. So there's a little bit of history here in that sense. But now Kvem, of course, being in the side for the last 6 months alongside Topa, means that they're not exactly new to the outfit anymore. In fact, the same Passion side which went to Shanghai, made it to the main event, has been picked apart at this point in time. Plenty of Ukrainian talents bursting onto the scene. No Fear, Jambo went to Fnatic. That same Fnatic, which were dropped along the way for Passion to win Glitched Masters not too long ago. First trophy for the team. All is well that ends well, I suppose. It's ultimately the question we're asking here, right? How do they do without some of those bigger names that had made a name for themselves, I suppose? Well, they've got Waro now, and the 2K in his name means exactly what you think it does. 2 kills from him still isn't enough. Passion down to their last couple of players on what becomes a B retake.
Letting this one slip a little bit. Not even an investment made by GG How. They had a couple of upgraded weapons. This Osimus obviously saving from the last round. The rest of them, blanket eco. And now they might just convert dirt into gold, it feels like, because this round had nothing. And they might just walk away with everything. It's a whiff from Boros. And he gets hounded down because of it. Flashes are in, Bibu blind, Mini caught out behind Big Box. It's on the spam has to activate, and it will not. Kit is there, Topa defuses, there is enough time. And unfortunately, there is no gold for GG How, just the silver medal for coming second in round number 3.
Boros, we need to have words, fella. He was in the position to win the whole round for GG How. He takes 1 kill there. It suddenly becomes a 3v1. And the last Passion player left, I didn't catch to see who it was. It has a flank to worry about, plus the 2 players on site. But instead, the Kit stays standing on Topa, flashed in, and it's a clean-up job. So frustrating, especially from someone like him as well, who at the moment does sit at the top of GG How's player performances. Highest rated for a reason. He has dispensed of Waro 2K this time. But Demka's AWP still floats behind the smoke. Topa doesn't. He's the next to go.
Molly denying the entry, minute 15, player down. But the HP starting to look a little better now. Demka caught in the middle, back turn, Vem trying to fight behind that smoke. Boros has read into it. Jakasmo 1v3, already clipped the wings of the first, looking for the second, battling, headshot height. But will not draw any further blood. Just lets this apart. Maybe to support from the car position.
And not wanting to overstay his welcome on that angle either. GG How know that there's a limited number of ways of which Jakasmo can play this, and the majority of them stem from CT spawn. A slow reprisal, and as soon as Issa takes contact, Bibu is ready to fly out of the car. Issa can do it alone, as can GG How. That is their first in this series.
First on the board. And even though the first 3 rounds fall in Shinyue's way, they are putting together their scrimpings to invest. A Scout, 2 M4s, a Deeg and a 5.7. A very top-heavy investment.
The first on a short list of Passion players to get taken out, which could have been growing had Jakasmo not put an end to things for Boros. Demka expected, deleted, and with numbers restored to GG How's favour, start looking towards a awkward cross for Bibu to try and make, but the spam does eventually connect through the wall, meaning it has to be Jakasmo yet again. Does have the rifle. And does have GG How caught in an awkward position as the footsteps tail off. It's his chance to take the timing.
Moves in. First player spotted, but Issa gets the better of the rifleman. 3-2. GG How bounce back with another. And just for a quick reflection of the veto, we kind of sped through it in the pre-show. Obviously, yes, it is a BO3, but top down just quickly. GG How picked D2, Passion UA picked Mirage, Train are decider. So, in terms of, you know, as it lays effectively in the series, a conventional one would mean that GG How pick up this first map, and obviously Passion UA then move on to a bigger strength in Mirage. See if they can do any more damage. Maybe not so much in this round though. USPs, 3 of them. Couple of Deegs. Yet again, these rogue investments, leaving a couple players short change. The likes of Waro and Jakasmo will definitely be with that head armor and utility in the next investment. Mid contact made, it's a stack towards B, but unfortunately, the T side looked to pivot A.
Yeah, I remember the Waro Deeg. I don't know about you. Not expecting to see it in this round, though, probably, just because of the way that GG How are placed, the way that the chips fall. And there's little worth saving on Passion's side either. They'll be hunting for exits. They'll be lucky to get them. It gives us a moment to speak about both of these teams, where they find themselves. Passion 32nd globally through VRS. I would say probably a fair placement of them, but they will be looking to move that number, of course. GG How 40th. Perhaps a little bit more representative, however, of their impact on CS, not just in MENA, but the European scene as a whole, of course. That's ultimately who you're contending with now for spots, invites to the big events in the calendar.
So we are all tied up after 6, Harry. Talk about competition. One of the bigger ones that both of these squads will play in for this year. A chance at Pro League doesn't come about every day. In the first 6 rounds, a glimpse into this series, but a respectable start for both sides. We'll see how things develop now. More rifles are being put into action. Mid-take yet again employed by GG Howe, not giving up anything towards B, but long controlled by the Passion UA side, so you will start to see these pieces move about a little bit more for the CT side soon.
Yeah, that's if GG Howe can force a reaction out of them. Because right now, the CT protocol of holding the space that they've got seems to be quite alright. Woro loves this position. Right on the other side of mid doors. Issa should be careful enough to clear it. It was a second guess, but still, on that attempt, he'll get the kill. Fire at the feet of Boros means that he's softened up quite quickly, put through the tenderizer of the MP9, and GG Howe are now out of options. Demka right through middle means that B is the only way left to go, as GG Howe are forced to walk the plank. It's Jacasmo there to greet them on the other side. 4-3, the one-round game continues, but this time it's Passion in front.
Yeah, as you say, Woro sat in that same position, always, it seems like, towards that right-hand side of the doors, gets caught out. You thought that was going to be the linchpin to this whole play. They would scoop up middle, maybe even have a look at some success towards B, and then all of a sudden it comes crumbling down. Woro, the HE, blocked his vision entirely. Would not have seen all 3 players stacked up towards that mid-peak position. Player jumps by top mid, baits the shot brilliantly. Woro forced to pull the trigger, hoping that he'd be able to catch off the AWP on the counter.
The first 30 seconds or so of this round are just spent prying mid-control from the hands of Passion UA. GG Howe, they've been walking, swimming upstream. Now with Boros placed in short, you can tell that this is inclined towards an A split, but the long players need to get out first through the double doors. So the placement of the molly towards short from the hands of Topa is pretty well timed. Warren is on the angle. The flash will do nothing to stop him. Smoke placed at his back. Additional cover from the opposite end of the push, which is now starting to arrive on the scene. Boros at the double, 2 from the edge of that smoke into third. All eyes on Boros. He has made miracles happen and parted the A site control for GG Howe as Jacasmo has managed to fell the bomb and remove B-Boot as well, but that's it, 4-4. It all happened off screen, but Boros, I mean, I would love to have seen a replay of that. It's just one man doing it all.
Yeah, it just comes out of nowhere, right? Checked into the short angle, edge of the smoke. 1, understandable. 2, a bit overkill. 3, just kills the round dead. 1v2, jumps into spawn as well. Like, just wanting to get in the grill of this Passion UA side. I know this is their pick, this is their chance to make a statement. Good start. Boros, a lot of damage. It's Kvem's D. Second frag, okay, a bit shaky from Boros. Can't hit the shots, a dink even onto Mini as well. It's a 2-on-3. Likely candidates with poor weaponry step up equally. An AK falls into the hands of Woro 2K as well, so there is layers to this defense, and I'm wondering, does he take the gamble and attempt this round, or does he think the save is better for his team?
When you get to this point in a round, you would give yourself half a chance. As the smoke is replenished, Waro starts to think better of it, hoping that GG How will run out of utility. Bibu has peeked through said smoke, and that keeps him interested for a little longer, but there is no kit on this CT side, and so there shall be no chance of recovery. Speaking of, Demka has been able to collect an AK as well, so upgrades as far as the CT side are concerned. A promising conclusion to the round for them. Despite the fact they will not be able to add it to their tally, it's GG How that have the lead now.
Back and forth. That's what we saw on the last outing on D2 as well. Our previous series contained a lot of drama, especially towards the end. This game is teeing up to be identical to it. Molly towards lower, pushed back. HE towards upper, Passion UA just trying to box this T side in. A second nade doing a little more damage. Two players set down to 70, all to the benefit of those three M4s. No matter the variety, it does about 90 to the head, so players being at 70 points in health is quite the ideal situation. Waro yet again playing behind those doors, but so much more success from that spot. Drops a smoke in as well. Issa Waro tries to catch him by surprise on the other side. Gifted a free frag. The numbers still lie very much in the court of the defense.
At this point, GG How need to be nade stacking the corner.
Yeah.
Finding some way to flush Waro out, because it's another round where he takes 2k, 2 kills, and a 4 versus 3.
As you say, the 2k is becoming quite too literal.
Yeah,
for Waro.
I mean, soon, I think the next rebrand is Waro Mid-Doors 2k.
Yeah,
maybe that's his middle name at this point.
He's just got the tenancy agreement for that particular spot.
I would have to check Liquipedia to see if that is actually his government-given name, but there you go. It will end 5-5. That is it. That's all she wrote.
Yeah.
GG How want nothing to do with the rest of this. Their plans foiled and cut short. A late probe of Demka towards A long as well meant that Passion would have had any kind of heads up on a meaningful attempt at favouring the T side there. So tactical timeout called. Extra 30 seconds just to think through what this next best investment looks like.
It's not a bad one. You still got the AWP, you still got rifles. Of course, it's tricky to work around when some people save and some people don't, but this late in the half, you don't really feel that financial repercussion as much. See if this investment has a leg to stand on, or if it is just going to be a dry cut round for Passion UA. Stacks of util. AK brought forward as well in the hands of Demka. Penultimate of the first half to see if the lead can remain. Waro holds the angle. Already the AWP out of the equation.
King of middle. And it looks like he wants to push the boat out and expand his empire. Waro searching for a player peeking through the lower tunnels, but still yet to be gifted that response. GG How have to be careful. Their next move in this round could very well decide their fate in the half. Hunting for a lead, and Waro through the wall, I think dealt a little bit of damage there. Onto Boros as well. The one comes in for good measure. Osamas has responded in the end. retaliation is the name of the game for GG How as they continue to trail in numbers, and one by one they continue to fall. Kvem entertaining it through the gap. Issa giving lead back in the direction of Passion. All of a sudden it's broken out 2-on-2. The peek from short is well timed. Demka to control it all. Nothing getting past him, but Issa slips the net somehow. The next most difficult task is Jacasmo. And if the free fire had been any good, maybe there was a chance, but it is 6-5 after all. And Passion are the ones with a chance to give themselves an advantage on the half.
I'm hoping that that's a little slap in the face for Passion UA. A little bit, you know, cold water on the face moment where you need to wake up and come to your senses a little better, because 2v4, they just give 2 freebies to Issa. No real structure as to why you're doing it. No real reason to do it in the first place. You just send it in, you give up 2 guns. A disappointing end. Demka aggressive in middle. HG lands on the feet. One Bibu, the rifle dropped to the other. Copa from top mid. It's looking strong, it's looking solid. And maybe that is Passion UA turning up the heat a little bit. We've had too much messing around, a little bit too much fun in the last round. We cripple them in round 12 and give ourselves a sizable lead heading into the second half. It's 7-5 to Passion UA.
As he turns it, nice headshot.
And we are back just in time for the second half of Passion UA versus GG How. It's the Ukrainian side which lead by a manner of 2 rounds as we were going to swap over the sides. I'd say, Ryan, it was a pretty nice comeback from them as the half went on. I mean, they started strong. There was a bit of a dip in the middle, but it looked good by the end. A strong read on which areas of the map GG How we're not willing to fight for in numbers. They're just going to group up as 5 and run it A.
Yeah, I mean, Passion UA, good turnaround of events at the end of the first half. You have to start strong on the T side as well to really bury the hatchet of your opponent's pick. Waro punching in those 7 digits, gets that bottom down. Now, retake. What GG How made of on their CT side? Osimus, not made of much, at least no head Kevlar leaves him at 9 points of health. Boros forced to watch from his teammates' perspective. It's a quick drop and a quick dismissal of even more health from the CT side. They are clawing back in numbers, but they are losing out in the HP fight drastically. Phoebe last standing, and it is all yellow paint in the kill feed. Up to 8 of the Passion UA side.
Exactly the kind of start that Passion would have been looking for. When you look at this series as a whole, Dust 2 is the map pick of GG How. An important reminder to make as we head to Mirage next and train if required. Passion came in as favourites, closing their opponent's pick. Something with a little bit more nuance, like Dust 2, definitely helps you out. Mirage is a different conversation, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But now, the CTs have forced into this. Kvem's in an awkward position. Other side of the box, Boros looks away, and Kvem finds the timing that he was looking for. Nothing awkward about it. It's clear cut. Topa scalping 2 on short. And that should be it for GG How here. No reason to plunge any deeper into those investments. Send the scout an MP9 where the sun don't shine. That bomb's going down on A, and there's nothing they can do about it.
Switch of the guns. Chikazmo goes hunting.
I like this.
They know where the scout is. Now they know where the MP9 is. Fish in a barrel. They go hunting. They want blood. They will get it. Demka nicks one away, but it's still money in the bank. Chikazmo, $600 richer. And 9 on the board for Passion UA. Making light work at the start of this second half. Toughest battle coming up shortly. Not so much in this one as it will be in Eco, but the last leg for GG How to stand on here on Dust 2 will be that investment in round 16.
It's smart play from Passion to just go chase down those remaining weapons, especially with the money maker the Mag-10 could be. Chikazmo still holding on to it. Finds himself at the back of the set of Passion players. Nice shot of Summers. But is there any more to get excited about here? Once was brilliant, twice far-fetched. Kvem has removed him from the situation. CT stack of players behind the smoke would be problematic if they weren't towering over one another's heads. You spray in the smoke, you get rewarded. Passion up to 10.
Three more to go, as I said. You feel like this one is the pivotal point in this map. Don't win this, 11-5 down, you got no money, and actually no real chance, at least on D2. Control scoots up. As Passion UA turn their attention more towards middle. Wall boost on short. Mini turned away. Takes a bit of damage for it. Just needed to commit to one angle. Was scared of the mid push. Looks away a little too quick now. Plan B. They try and get control. More bodies on the line. They have kind of given up everything in middle by doing so.
Yeah, has thrown a bit of a question into the mix. And with Gigi Howe starting to probe away at double doors, they've travelled the length of long, and if Passion don't make their move in the next 5 seconds, there's half a chance that they get caught on the flank. The bomb carrier Kvem has made his way to safety, but that safety is an illusion, a fading one. Jacasmo on the reclear. Perfect timing. Spots Osama's, but draws his blade a little too soon. Waro already breaking out onto the B site. It's Bibu to hold it down. Osama's spraying away to just support his teammate and has done more than enough. Over-delivering again, Osama's, and this time it counts for the round.
Way back in. A 4-round deficit still to be chipped away at for Gigi Howe. Opportunities presented. Maybe those doors weren't open before. Waro happy to play a bit more close range with the big green. We saw a lot of long fights and doors holds on the CT side, playing very passive, sort of turreting up with the big green. This half being on the attack, I guess, wants a little more say in what moves are made and the effectiveness that he wants to have in these rounds. Nice volley from Topa, one to learn at home, that lineup. Just blocks off the corner so people can't stand round on the ledge and catch you off. Not that it's going to be of any significance in this round because there's 4 bodies outside B.
So, to Bibu, we look again. Oh. And we are made to wait.
Yeah, I was going to say, not just yet.
Boris still supporting, but time dragging on down. That resource is wearing thin for Passion. They only get 1 go at this, and if it goes wrong, then that's it. The round is over. Topa finding a kill through mid-doors, though, and playing anti-flash as well means he was perfectly prepared for Boros. It's Waro instead that takes the kill. The push heading towards the ace side, and Mini hitting ridiculous flicks. Time is low, bomb is dropped. I don't think there's enough to punch in the code, and there won't be.
Well,
they have to find the final kill, and it's right at the buzzer, but it's Gigi Howe that win the round.
That's so close.
Just had to double, triple check as to who is it exactly that actually bagged that one. Barely half a second in it.
Just had to commit to the swing.
The only way to do it.
If you die, the round doesn't change. If you get the kill, it would have looked a little prettier on the scoreline at the top middle. This one starts with a bit of a bang though. Boros tagged up to 8 points of health. Hello?
Okay.
It might be worth when playing Counter-Strike to open your eyes sometimes, Boros. That is shocking, to be honest with you. Mini, quick move, straight into the peak, takes the shot, wins the fight, but it is a 3v3. And the B bomb site, I was going to say under-repped, but it's not. It's the opposite. In fact, the Orb's on the cross. They've got an MP9 up close. And while the mid-hold questionable, the B-hold looks to be strong. The MP9 is still not even discovered in all of this. Eventually, Topa goes clearing. And now, the round is chucked back up into the air. There's a fight through tunnels. Nobody's holding it. And Demka left 1v2. Just jumps through the smoke. What is this round?
There's an extra smoke, and from the bounce, I mean, Demka knows it's hit Osama's in the head. Waiting for the CT to take that peek. Just holding on from Kart. With bated breath, he waits. As Passion could be on for an 11th here through Demka. But Samas turns his back to the situation and starts to think with such a weight. He might have moved elsewhere in the 1v1, but the bomb goes down and the jump up from Demka is left unpunished. Samas just can't find the shots. But Demka certainly can. Passion one step closer.
Well, I don't know. There's a lot to unpack in that round, Harry.
Yeah, I think
Boros sleeping at the wheel with the mid-peak from Waro after getting
And
tagged up.
even
the whole-
from that point, one of the most poignant things for me was Passion taking those extra seconds to calibrate,
Yeah.
finish beat, allowed the rotation to come in. Pistols here, that is an A case safely in the hands of the CTs.
Go B, go B. Well, you can't really. You've got no control. It's going to have to be a mid-play. It's one of those where if everyone's on long, I mean, obviously, not everyone. There is one defender on the other side of the map. Punish needs to take up the space where you know that the CT side isn't. And that duty palmed off to Kvem. Passes with flying colours. Waro turreting in. Bomb dropped outside B. And now the rifleman left alone out in middle. Osimus to close. 8 on the board for GG How. I mean, yeah, just it's unfortunate if the bomb isn't left long there, if it's left maybe towards B or even in the pocket of someone in middle. Like, you definitely just explode elsewhere on the map. You just brute force take middle. You can pinch B. You could even just send it up short or try and do something different. You just got to throw them on a win because the CT side will then scramble. They had nothing to worry about. There was no pressure from Passion UA. They just had to let the door close on them. Whoa.
All right, Topa.
Nice shot.
We've seen the same from Samas before, and that didn't mean all too much. One shot can change around, but nothing guaranteed from this position. Passion know that all too well with their round count, 11. A couple away, and then find themselves held right at the gate. Demka still has plenty of nades, as Krem can match him with a smoke. So there's just enough left in this Passion side to muster up one last effort in the final 50 seconds of round number 20. This for map point on their opponent's pick, and just 2 players towards A. 2 players B. Whatever GG How try and do, they will be outmatched in numbers, but not in firepower. They still have rifles, and one of them is Mini's AWP. Has not missed a beat so far. And from long, he's called over towards the site as the push comes through.
So holds on, or at least tries to. Then gets the trade. 20 seconds left. Out on long comes the Deeg. But there is some conviction to this round, and that is the site take to a success. Topa, last player standing. Mini, quick to dismiss with the A1S. It is now 9 on the board for GG How.
Passion 2 rounds away. And GG How, the same margin from bringing us to a tied game. We've just seen Passion make a bit of a half buy, I suppose. A couple of investments, and still here, it's almost a full save that they have to go for. A couple of deegs, and that's about it. So the reality is, there's only one more buy, 2 at a stretch left in them here before GG How are in prime position to snatch this one right underneath them. Already seen a couple of kills. Bibu finding the next onto Topa. It was 4 on 4, but now Passion looking a little bit weaker. And they'll continue to as Samas fires into that smoke and thins out the herd. Ryan, we know that in the first half, as I said, there was a dip in the middle, but Passion again look to be slipping away at this point.
Yeah. Way back in. You've had a couple of chances now. And it just ain't happening, sir. They try and try again. Yes, that was a half buy. But this one, imperative, to be honest, to the whole map. 5 AKs. There's no warp in the hands of Waro. There's nothing special about this investment. It's 5 AKs, 5 sets of util, and 5 players that dream of not having to go the distance in this series. They get their comfort pick next. I think they'd love nothing more than an early night's kit getting ready to prep for stage 2. HE on the mic, them basically walking onto a landmine there.
Essentially. Still 46 points of health. He can take a bullet to the chest, provided it doesn't come from Mini's AWP, of course. Time running out for Passion. Yeah, that feels to be the main narrative of this second half as the T side has ground down to a halt. The smoke that floods towards CT threatens the possibility of a Passion player bailing from the ship, stomping on the heads of Ibu in spawn like a Goomba, but it's not going to happen. We've reached the 40-second mark and still no move made. No clues as to where Passion could be heading, and we know that they changed out their IGL, but Topa's had his time to make his mark on this side. Can he call the play for them here that takes them up to 12? Rem has led the line at the very least. It's Topa instead who takes matters into his own hands to distract the A play. It's every man for himself on the GG House side as they are split up and separated. The bomb goes down on B as the path has been cleared. Passion taking the next step towards that Stockholm run as 12 rounds now has finally hit the scoreboard for them.
Yeah, I think time has been everyone's kryptonite on D2, but it's nice to see that Passion UA come at this with a little more conviction and a little more pace. Look at that for a long spawn, by the way. I have no doubt that Passion UA will be going, what the hell, guys, we need to get out here. We need to use this spawn somehow. Topa's just in awe of a spawn like this. Usually, if you're maybe not a massive fan of D2, join the club, but you don't really get all 5 players on this side of the map. Maybe a couple, you know, at max 3, 4. The rare occasion that there is 5, you just beat everyone to this long angle, and I have no doubt Waro's probably looking at Topa like, Jacasmo, buy a couple flashes. Topa, chuck him your flash. Let's just flood things out of long, blind anyone there, and we just take this space. Surely that's the play here.
It seems so. A bit of an intermission. It's a pretty helpful one, and as you can see, Passion immediately trying to burst into the A space. Mini on the other side. What's the no-scope? Ossimus doesn't need one of those because he just blind fires through the smoke and gets exactly what he needs. It's Mini on the receiving end of Waro's shots. So that is the AWP felled, and Topa, again, creating chaos. Out through mid doors, he's made his mark. And that has definitely softened the blow of this A-hole. The summer still drifting out beyond the smoke. It's ill-advised. Straight into the open arms of 2 Passion players who have now put themselves on the path to an opening map win. GG How going up in smoke after what felt like the kind of comeback that you could see completed. Bibu, the player at the foot of the server, has to find the results, and it's just not possible. 13-10, Passion start as they mean to go on. The first map in the series is theirs, selected by GG How and executed by Passion.
Very nicely done. Get there in the end. We thought it was going to be an uphill battle, and at some points there is definite proof of that. Struggled a little bit to get going, especially towards the tail end of that second half, but when it mattered, put the foot back down on the gas, and they find themselves 1-0 up in this series. Same situation as the last one with Mixed Amigo. The winner goes to stage 2. The loser is out. There is no chance at ESL Pro League should you lose this BO3. All on the line for GG How. A 15-minute break for us and for them before we see map 2 and see if they have a chance to claw back in this series.
We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. Rhythm got me skanking, had me feeling like I'm Fred Astaire. Bread was kinda short, but I was smelling like a millionaire. Claimed their opposition when we stepped in, they were running scared. Man, we're louding up the atmosphere. Too much chatty, too much catty. I just lit a fatty, and it came from Cali. I'm not really here. I was in the clouds, I don't ever take the stairs. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. I was in the corner sweating till the lights came. Man, don't ever sleep, step out on this night train. Right brain, man will blow your mind like a migraine. I was busting up these spots, pulling something out my socks. Man was shuffling out of blocks, phone and vibrate. I don't need to talk to Frank, I did it my way. Never slipping, never tripping, never violate. We don't gas around here, we on a higher rate. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare.
Won't take it no more. Can't take it no more. No. 'Cause the word is saying it killing me. Won't let you bring me down. Even though you think you're better than me.
When the world is cold, you hear people say, gotta chase the dream of yesterday. But the stories told, the golden memories, ain't a truth but just a fallacy. But there's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road, and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. Don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people rolling in like thunder. We gotta fight the feeling, we gotta do it right. If the hustle and grind breaks your stride, do your turn and blame the other side. If the hustle in your mind makes you decide, it will crack and strip you of your pride. Oh, but there's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road, and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. Don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people rolling in like thunder. We gotta fight the feeling, we gotta do it right.
If all they've been saying is true, there's a war before your eyes. Tell me, can you see right through? Right through, right through. Down through the wires and the pipelines. We go disconnecting from the city and the skyline. It's the This is the numbers game. The fights, the fear, the fear. This is the numbers game. Counting up coins for a soda can. And there's nothing going on, no game plan, no plans. So I'm jumping out the fire, back into the frying pan. I'm trying to disconnect from the stats and the spray tan. Just another piece of data. Just This is the numbers game. The fights, the fear, the fear. This is the numbers game. It's just another
Welcome back to the ESL Pro League Season 2022 closed qualifier. I don't know why I said 2022. I just feel as if I wanted to travel back in time, be a little bit nostalgic. And while we are in that mindset, Ryan, we can put to the back of our minds Dust 2. Passion are 1 up. That was the pick of GG How. And now we go to home turf as far as they're concerned. Mirage and the T side.
Indeed, we are back to where we began our day, Harry, and a start that is valuable to Topa. 2 quick kills for Passion UA, probably feeling quite good about the A site being taken. Bomb planted towards the default, or the triple position, excuse me. The CT possession is there. The flash is good, but the kill's even better. Boros is low. Mini and Bibu already wiped out of the equation. And that is a fantastic start for Passion UA.
Exactly what the doctor ordered. Passion kicking this one off with another pistol round. If I'm not mistaken, that would be their 3rd already in this series, winning both on Dust 2. And picking up the first here as well on Mirage. I have to say, the fact that the previous map got as close as it did with both pistols is a testament to how GG How have performed. No less on their ecos. This one just a couple of P250s.
for Passion UA. But you are right, there has always been some grit in this CT side. Kvem ordered to shoot on sight towards Connector. Waro there to support. 2 kills. Osimus also buried. Issa playing the ladder room spot. Oh, there's a Zeus in the mix, and the second with the USP. It will eventually be neutralised, but that's a little scary, isn't it? That the round started as wonky as that, or at least the push towards short was as wonky as that. The rest of the round has been pretty smooth sailing. They're just waiting to see if they can find Mini before someone getting tasered again.
And you're never hunting the HUD for that one at the start of the round. You take stock of what the teams have got in pocket. I don't think Passion were expecting that one to happen to them so soon either, but doesn't matter. Out of the round with the majority of the rifles that they invested at the outset. Big opportunity to make this bonus stick and make it sting for GG How, because the longer that they go without a round in this map, knowing that they're trailing the series, things can start to get a little desperate. So just that initial peak, it's the mid-ball that breaks out first. Demka and Jacasmo both finding theirs. Man advantage, Passion, and Kvem is boring so far out on sight. Flashed up is Boros, dead now. Issa gets one back. More flames at the feet, and the HE's perfect. Kvem capitalizing from it, only Bibu remains. 2 tagged players, but Topa is healthy. And Bibu certainly isn't anymore.
Yet again, a convincing round just planted on the A site. Bibu plays to run and hide. Simple stuff will be a third converted Kvem. Caught with gun in hand, well, transitioning to gun in hand. Doesn't change the outcome of the round, and Bibu, I don't think, will be hunted further. So, one surviving CT player. Terrorists win. 3 on the bounce for Passion UA.
GG How, on the other hand, still can't move the needle. Bibu holding on to the AK will, of course, improve their chances at finding that first round. But we saw how much it can damage your chances earlier in the day, that first series that we saw. In Amiga, on Mirage, same map, same side. Struggled to get going, but eventually brought it to a close in the decider. Of course, that was the first map. This is the second. Passion just need 10 more rounds, and that is it. They will be through to tomorrow. Or the rest of the closed qualifier, I should say.
All sorts of people being locked towards the A site. Issa, first minute out, pistol, do pack a punch. You've got to be careful, especially when they're all stacked together. But quickly dismissed a 3. And the threat, yet again, removed from this round. Jacasmo sticks the landing with the C4. Bibu, AK once more, but he will get out of dodge, or at least try to. Mirage feels like a different breed to D2, doesn't it, Harry, for the Passion UA Arsenal? Just a lot more confident, we're seeing a lot more early engagements. Feel like the teamwork, it's just clicking that little bit more. And so far, since the pistol, that spark has been there for Passion UA to just keep on going.
It is an Arsenal indeed. Zinchenko's organisation. Alexander Zinchenko is the Arsenal man. Spending his time playing football in North London, for those who don't know. The Premier League footballer, Premier League winner, not with Arsenal, of course. And Passion will be hoping that they don't finish second in this game either, because that means elimination.
going to say, on the topic of Zinchenko, could have picked a better club, but I respect it. And it's nice to see that a lot of the names are involved, like a lot of the footballing and even just traditional sports now.
Yeah.
A lot of the players, staff, whatever, getting behind this. You know, he's not one of one anymore, but it feels like a lot more in the picture.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I mean, another Ukrainian footballer as well, Ilya Zabani, currently at Bournemouth, but touted with PSG. Also an ambassador for Requiem, the local Ukrainian org. But while all that's going on, it's the one on your screens that we've got to be thinking about. Passion UA, double entry towards the A side, Bomb quick pivot towards B. With Mini stationed in short and 2 players not too far off market. Possibility to fortify this space falls to Bibu, and what a shot that is on the cross from Apartments. Orb doing its job, and Passion ground to a halt. They stall out on the site execution. It felt like they were in a great position to make this 5, but GG How put the bodies in the right place, and they'd done the talking.
Money is still pretty well built up for the T side. Only playing Cosmo, even then he can get a drop in the next round, or at least shouldn't be much of a worry from Kven's near $5,000 account. Zenka deciding a save would have been the best option if Issa wasn't chasing him down as harshly. Probably would have gotten away with the premium rifle. Instead dropped to the grounds at the mouth of Palace. 4-1, GG Howetch in there first. But as you say, Passion UA short, off the pulse a little bit, but we know, especially at the start of D2, they managed to turn that around quite quickly and quite easily. So, job is far from done if you're a GG How fan.
Little time to converse for either side. They're right back in, and already a little bit of presence being shown by Passion. Top mid, Smoke to help the cross. Topa will find himself now playing just meters away from Chair. The next players on the Passion side to get into position, Kvem moving up from underpass. And now, with that scaling in place, Passion can begin to make a decision as to where they want to intensify their efforts. While all this is happening, Demka has been in Palace for the majority of the round, so the expected outcome would be A. Still 3 CTs in position.
You have such good information and some strong pinching possibility. Now that you know jungle's clear, you've got a player in con, 2 in ramp, 1 that's able to pinch him from Palace as well. This is dangerous. Yes, it's a 5v5, but so many bodies are able to help with this play that GG How are going to get overwhelmed the moment Passion pull the pin, or at least should.
Sitting idle for a moment longer as that Molotov, the glass shattering as the Molly Flood sandwich is all that we get to hear, but quickly Mini cracks the whip. Kvem back, Samus the next. The cross is dotted across the A side with the one exception of the player drop middle. Samus blinded in the corner. Warwick finds a shot. The dink puts him on death's door. And Samus will kick him over the threshold for good measure. Demka started the round in Palace, and he very well may finish it there. Because GG How, despite the fact that they got pushed backs to the wall, have found a way to defend their site and then some.
Yeah, my bad for lying to you. I guess
I was right there with you. I was right there with you.
Not.
Passion played the round perfectly. It was set up for the execution. Just the timing, the spacing, not quite there.
I don't know, it feels quite underwhelming now, doesn't it? I don't think what I said was wrong. They had players in con, they had a player in ladder holding jungle, 2 people on ramp, even a Palace push. Like, every position could be covered by 2 different angles, other than CT maybe, but even then, the Palace player can swing wide. So,
Sure.
it's just a very interesting situation to be in, but life goes on. An eco, and that is again Boros. Optimus gets one back, in fact two. It's collecting more bodies. Topa.
I mean, Passion have certainly put a high priority on mid control, as you should on T-side Mirage. A pivot point gives you more options, opens things up later into the round. Of course, it's just a means to an end there on the eco. Hit and hope, see if anyone's willing to give you a peek onto one of those Deegs. It's not much further past the post of just that one kill. They were to go for this A-site execute look again as we see them start to queue up top mid once more with Topa. I would like the mid players to get a little bit more active. Create pressure that makes it easier for the main side to get out, but actually it is just 5 players on this side of the map this time around. 4 plus the detached Jacasmo, I should say, now slowly working his way through apartments as B looks like the site under threat for GG Hao this time.
Oh dear, Mini. Molly HP still collects. He's got to move out of apps here. Danger zone on the B side. Eyes avert gaze towards kitchen. They've got to focus that one. Anyway, put the screws back on the GG outside.
One already is a success, but can Passion take this one step further and win the goddamn thing? Down to the last 3 players, and they are not looking healthy. More HE damage, but Kreb still continuing to find kills. There's a dink in there. Osama's down to 17. Issa, the only one left now. And that target-rich environment has very quickly fallen flat. GG Hao are sent smouldering from the round as Passion have blitzed right through them. 5-3, 2-round advantage restored for the Ukrainian side.
Two-round deficit. Look at the money being spent here from GG Hao. Kingdom with stacks of cash now on the verge of bankruptcy. Both sides in a similar situation now. This is a good opportunity for GG Hao to get back into the game. Set that bank account to 0 for the T side. Same can be said, extend that lead, stretch their legs in the attacking portion of this map. Flashes plenty out towards that.
From another opening kill. Entry on A, Topa behind it. Just doesn't stop. Wax on, wax off. Passion UA in and amongst it. GG Hao sent reeling. No way back into this retake. Site executes have looked pretty good on the whole, with the exception of round number 4, I believe it was. But now up to 6. An even half guaranteed, but you get the feeling that Passion will be in for a whole lot more.
Terrorists win.
No, AWP.
Yeah.
Availability for 1. That's so weird. They get so close to hunting all of those players down and shooting them all. And then literally at the final hurdle, they just post up. It's strange. It is strange.
It's also important to contextualize this map a little bit more for Passion as well, because we speak about a map pick, how much does that really mean? Mirage for them is a first selection almost 70% of the time when teams aren't vetoing it out. And you don't have to look too far back in terms of some of their biggest wins that we've seen. A 13-1 against Fnatic only 2 months ago. And that, an 11-1 T-sided half. So they've got their favourites, and they've proven that they can do it, even against the deserters from the Passion side that we had before. both Fear and Jambo. No better answer to the question of how will they, perform without them if they can do it against them.
Only a couple more left in this first half. Passion UA, as I said, a chance to stretch their legs. Winning more and more, a heavy save is not reset. The GG How economy. Further, bottom con just swings wide. Probably sticks to his word. I will fight Con, I will get the entry. It's another gift wrapped for the Ukrainian side. Now keep having a look here, GG How, in the way that they can get back into this round. Waro 2K getting dropped by Boros. Apparently, Topa has something to do with the frag as well, as he gets an assist onto his teammate. Bomb coughed up in spawn. But there is no pressure made by the CT side to keep a hold of it. Instead, looking to re-clear, make sure that there's no deep read that the CT side can have. But then they've got to pick their poison. And all of that's got to happen within 40 seconds here. It's not the most amount of time to get every chore off the list done. Topa fighting short. Solo adventure ends in misery.
It's great work from Bibu. This GG House side does still have a feeling of individualism about it. In terms of the micro, the smaller details, who's chipping in where, it is Bibu doing the heavy lifting right now. Another kill for him, second on the round. And the Palace position opened up by Boros means that Kvem is left alone in middle. This one is a tough pill to swallow. Indigestible. Yeah. Passion UA will concede. The deficit is reduced to a 2-round scoreline yet again. The possibility to extend that advantage will be made to wait longer. As the CTs were able to hold on to some guns coming into it, that all came back to the save that they had made. And it only takes one, you feel, at times to get them in this.
I think this timeout needs to be used as time to sort of point a finger and motivate in that sense. You look at that previous round, we had, with 40 seconds left, 2 players that actually focused on getting the objective back. A player that just ran up short on his own, a player that fought apps on his own. Just felt very individualistic when it didn't need to be. You just group up and go together, 4v4. Numbers dictate if there's 2 sites, there's 3 channels in a map, A, mid and B. It's not exactly like you're going to be fighting 4v4 to take a site. Instead, they kind of just let them lose the round by thinning the numbers themselves. No threat to the defense. Now more to the point, they could have been 9-3, 8-4 half. Still very much in limbo where it could all end 6-all.
Waro's got something to say about it. Plenty of damage onto Issa, finally finished off. B-play coming in simultaneously, unsupported by the mid player who's slowly moving his way on up. Kvem doing absolutely everything, still hitting haymakers, shots out of nowhere. The HE should claim his life though. And Mini can fall back onto his old trusty AWP to clean up anything else of the round. That's Waro. He's the one in the hot seat. The long road back to that B site, whether he watched the rest of his team fall. Now he has to try and do what they couldn't.
A solo adventure now has to turn into a monumental clutch. Maybe not so much in terms of the spectacle, but more for the gravity of this half. First found, 1 minute to go. Mini peeks out with the AWP and will stop it dead in its tracks before it gets a little too scary for anyone's liking. 6-5, last of the half. As I said, it's the perfect opportunity now to tie the game. And after the first set of 12, it feels a bit disappointing for the Ukrainian side.
Mini has definitely added a touch of class and composure to these situations. His AWP, not often you will see it miss a shot, a round-winning shot more importantly. It does come down to the 1v1 though. For GG How, plenty of weapons at their disposal. The same can't be said for Passion. Topa gets melted as he steps out into the sunlight on the A site. When it comes to nades, as soon as you make that investment, it has to land. The commitment has been made. Passion 10 toes down on the A site. Kvem clearing out. Demka going up under his own molly. Forget the 2K, there's a 1G in the server as Issa is the next to take the limelight. He won't exactly meet the stage with grace. Goes down under the massive weight of Kvem, who has been monumental so far for Passion. You look across the scoreboard and no one else is featuring anywhere near as heavily as him.
Yeah.
Stepping away, but you can't save here. This is the last chance that you'll get, and it's stolen. 7-5 again. Passion in front once more.
As he turns it, nice headshot.
And we're back. The second half of Mirage up for you in just a second. Passion UA leading GG How by 2 rounds. Another 7-5. Another pistol round. They've won every single one so far, the Ukrainians. Could they possibly walk away with 4-4?
It's been the strongest suit and one of the reasons that they are winning this series and ahead on the map. MR12, it's such a lethal game. Having a pistol round go your way, you know, yes, it's the exact same in terms of, you know, you're against an eco, maybe it's 2, maybe 3 rounds that you get to win off the back of it, but, you know, in MR15, that's only 20% of the half. Now you're looking at 25-30% of the half, depending on how deep it goes, right? So it's scary stuff, man. A pistol really would pull these two apart should GG How take it. We should be in for a very interesting end to Mirage. We were lied to. Apparently we're not ready. Unlucky.
Unlucky indeed. I don't know. I don't want to... And we are ready. Okay, yeah, I was going to say I don't want to even think about throwing to a break because you know exactly what happens then. We're back to the game. Fortunately enough for us, and for GG How, who have been given ample time to prepare for this pistol round. What do? Rush B. 5 players, straight into apps. Happy days.
Hey man, sometimes the best remedy is the most simple one. Let's see if this will cure the deficit, or if they are going to be infected by this GG pistol takeover. A bomber's just been dropped in apartments. Passion UA, a severe blow to the GG How HP. A second kill found by the T side. It's all tit for tat, 1 for 1 until Waro 2K alongside Kvem take over in apartments, and Harry, your wish is their command. 4 for 4 in pistols. It has been dominant all series long.
And that round feels like exemplary preparation. There's no other way to put it. It looked like really good ante. 2 HEs ready to get tossed into apartments at a moment's notice as soon as the pop came through. Someone we haven't spoken about yet is the coaching staff on Passion UA. TC joining up with them. Coach who spent most of his time in the NA circuit with teams like C9 and Complexity up until the start of the year. It's definitely been a important factor for them up until this point.
Yeah. And another unsung hero that probably doesn't get any mention, Munster joining them as assistant coach. Obviously, a lesser known name than TC, but has been a coach since 2022. Was on Game Legion as an analyst in 22 to 23. Joined FlyQuest Red as the coach for just under 2 years, about 1.5 years, and then has been at Passion UA since the 26th of the 9th, 2023. So he's been here a little while now, and definitely got some reps under his belt. Romanian assistant coach here to help greatly and alleviate even more of that pressure from the likes of Passion UA. And, you know, we want some anti-strat done. No worries. We have more members on the case and spend more time refining your own craft. And that separates the good from the great in events like this, where it's so cutthroat when you need to win BO3s, otherwise you're just kicked out in an instant. All the time spent refining your own craft helps. Right now, it needs a little more fine-tuning, though. They are 3v4.
3v3, though, and Jacasmo has continued to even out the numbers. Does favour the T slightly. Mini on the site has a chance to get the bomb plant in, but the smoke from stairs removes all security. Demka bearing on down already now, arriving at the ticket booth. Thinking about punching his and Passion UA's into the second stage of this closed qualifier. A very disciplined position and a difficult one to clear. Issa does have a molly, and you expect that to get chucked in before the bomb plant comes through. The safety of the smoke, maybe it is head spotted, but Demka has his retribution. HE for a quick clear over the top, spots the player Palace, and that's the rotation. Topa only on 14 HP, but the drive by Dink might have just done it. Double digits on the tip of their tongue. Passion UA closing in on a half-dead Issa, and it's the spam for extra safety. A well-executed 2v2.
10-5, 3 to go for GG How. This is what I mean, it's so cutthroat even when you want to have it all figured out. Stage 1, the most savage. Please in stage 2, you're on the double Elim bracket with 2 chances to play plenty of Counter-Strike here. Turn up for 1v03 and you might just have your bags packed for you.
Straight back in the saddle, GG How making the A approach. Samus, it's 1, but Horo's up is equal to it. Hot flash around the corner, still trying to fight CT here to give themselves any kind of an advantage. GG How end up running themselves into the ground. 2-on-2 as Mini has nailed yet another shot, and with the shoulder peak, Woro is out of options and out of bullets. The USP is drawn, and the MAC-10 beats that every day of the week. It's on to Demka now to try and gap close a little bit here, but it's the player default that continues to evade him. Now behind the smoke is Bibu looking the wrong way. Mini makes sure that GG How don't slip any further out of this game.
Really nicely done. An effective win, deficit now 4. And the money in pretty poor shape. Topa has opted to drop the AWP over to Woro. I don't know if that is the most sensible decision, considering everyone else is on the eco. Basically just told him, yeah, give me the big green, and you'll be on an MP9 in the next round. Got to fight fire with fire, though, and the AWP can be round-defining. Can't even hear a pin drop right now, it's so silent. Towards window.
Yeah.
Just inch by inch, the control being taken by the T side.
The silence is pleasant to the ears of Passion, because it had allowed for Demka to make his way all the way through Palace towards 8. Still wants to retain this position for the possibility that players mid soon find themselves on his side of the map. But he'd be hard-pressed to find any more luck as the bomb is already creeping up the catwalk into the position of Topa. Only a pistol in hand. The problem point is the AWP, and that is elsewhere. Woro has a long rotation to make through CT spawn. The setup for Passion is on A, but B is the site under fire. Woro has managed to find a player on short in the meantime, so Samus is lining up this volley. Topa's only just got out into position and managed to find a dink in the meantime. Woro and Topa both going down though. Demka's cute positioning near the start of the round doesn't really materialise in the end. Boris hanging back to manage to straggle it, and he does. Just 3 now between the teams.
To go for Passion UA to take this series. 3 to go. Stop for GG How. Good start for Kvev, but his life short-lived. Blasphemous. As you claw back that early deficit. Hitchy dropped right on the head of Boros in the pass. Today's being dropped right now. Bibu just away from her head clean. Taken off. Woro found massive response. Upgrades to the M4 3v3. Jacasmo, it's a wild swing connector, and one he'll be punished for, but his teammates here for support until we overstay our welcome. Mini versus Woro. 1 versus 1.
Already barely anything in this round. Boros probably should have found the kill in window, but just slipped off of the bench at the exact incorrect timing. It's a little bit of movement error. Passion continue to fight the space. Now it is only Mini. But we have seen him do ridiculous things with this AWP before. Turn water to wine. And this round should be no different. Woro, one of the better performers on Passion. Both him and Kvem have been that driving force up until this point. But now this for 11. And Mini offered the safety of default to plant the bomb. Crossing out into Woro's crosshair. Damage but no kill. And if you can't find that final bullet, then Mini may just make you rue the mistake. The one that gets away. He's into CT. Still planted for him. No kit on Woro. Has to land the shot. And the peak is quick and sharp as ever.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, he has a name tag on his M4A4 and it's What the Sigma. That's hilarious. 11-7. My reaction's exactly. Doesn't get the AWP, but it's a round well worked. And that is a beautiful shot to end it. Passion UA halting the progress of GG How. Yes, a bomb plant. It might just keep them going for a little bit longer. I feel like that 11th round more or less seals what is the inevitable. Then again, we did nearly just see a 2-11 comeback, so I guess
that's true.
Anything is possible.
But with all due respect, GG How, they ain't mates. And it's funny because no one probably knows, just from the name, what exactly that entails. But the point still stands. Elimination on the line. GG How staring down the barrel. Boros trading out his teammate through spawn. Jacasmo falling at the expense of it. 3 versus 4 situation, and with those GG How players stacked up on site, Passion will just hand this one over. A formality. You look at the money, it doesn't best suit making risky maneuvers like this, and with them being just 2 rounds off, an extra life in the system. Probably not wanting to have their AWP take fights like that, but they've lost it now. So what can you do?
Terrorists win.
Gotta suck it up and move on, I guess, but that is, as you say, a big financial hit to what is already a dwindling economy. And just as quick as I count them out, they are right back in the contest. 3-round deficit is resumed, but it's the buy of the CT side that's the bigger concern. Scout, 2 M4s, FAMAS, and a 5-7. The pick and mix investment to try and push them into a 12.
Topa looking for it. Mini gives him an answer. And it's not a nice one if you're Passion UA. Open. It takes a moment for Issa to get his eyes on. Boros through underpass has been the saving grace a few times already in this half, as has Bibu. He gets to work simultaneously with an A play coming in, but no bomb. The carrier elsewhere. Mini still hanging on to life with 15 points of health. Will take his time and wait for Bibu to arrive before they challenge this 2 players strong.
.45 on the clock as well.
And had Demka put himself in that position moments sooner, not wanting to sit idly, it would have been the perfect proactivity. As Bibu most likely would have been caught on the cross, but this silence has not been serving them so well. Now Passion, bomb plant coming in, and only now the realization will be made.
Got a kit. They've just got to determine if it's worth going for. I guess have a prod and a poke If
Molly
you
on
can
Demka.
find either of these players, then yes, absolutely, and especially with one being so low, it's doable. Molly, as you say, but it's a brute force attempt. Casmo spotted. 1v2 for Demka, hits the first, needs another, spots him, has a Molly. This is going to be enough. The swing has to be instant for him. If not, he will die to the flames. He tries his best. He shall not succeed. The question would be, is there enough time? But of course there is. Well calculated for Demka. Knew that the slot was winding down. The incendiary, as you mentioned, Harry, was the key factor to it all. And it is map series stage 2 points for the Passion UA side.
It's brilliantly played by Demka. And even that situation on the surface doesn't look like the most favourable, but if you've got Jacasmo on the scout, he's happy to take that angle on the edge of the smoke because you can immediately trade it with the rifle. Molly doing its job, Mini in the corner, Writing was on the wall. To start off this round, Issa already eating some more flames.
HB. Not the AWP, however. Playing whack-a-mole in window. It's the first, a dink of them low.
Ooh.
That's a little
With
bit.
a jump up.
Oh no, that's really not
Boros
good.
again! How many times mid-round have you seen him pop up with big kills? Still 4 rounds to gap though. What this really is, would be to keep GG How in the game. The organisation which first broke out into the Chinese scene, but of course has quickly found its place in MENA instead. The bomb arriving towards B, but look at apartments. Topa is there with the MP9. Just takes this one engagement to go his way, and that might have been the House of Cards tumbling apart, but instead it is GG How catching every single timing that they need to off the back of it. Demka can hold on to that AK. The chances for Passion to close in regulation are down to 3.
Yeah, I know it's a 5-man roster in Counter-Strike, but I feel like their defense is so weak. It feels like there's nobody on the map. A player's just been boosted into jungle. They get the opening kill. Fantastic. 5-on-4. A tag up to connector. You're down to 30 points of health. You know that there's the AWPer there. Boros kills the rifle instead. A different player entirely. Okay, sure. I know that there's going to be a second player lurking jungle. And Passion UA just have no response to the CT smoke. The B player is left hanging all by himself on a desert island. Of course, Topa eventually has to go for the swing because he knows he can be flanked out. And, I mean, what, 1 kill in jungle and a smoke towards CT has completely unraveled the entire defense. Demka saves his rifle for everyone else, using the last few pennies in the account to buy any piece of util, any SMG, any sidearm. It's not good. And as you say, that gap, what felt so strong, crippled back down to 3. But it now is 3 in a row. There is no second chance. There is no other offering that GG How can take. It has to be 3 consecutive from here on out.
Okay. Oh, he's battered and bruised from every angle. Who else other than Boros to have found the pick which GG How needed? Middle has been an oasis for this side, and Boros is drinking his fill. Mini's all equally consistent. B is open for the taking. They've paved the way through. GG How set up for double digits. There is nothing really to save in this round for Passion than the Kevlar on their chests. No extra weapons. No seasoning to the second chance they will get, because that's exactly it. 2 more chances now. GG How really want to push this the distance, and I have to say, Ryan, taking a step back, we have been blessed with the games that we've had so far today.
been very exciting ones. Yes, maybe not so much the level of storylines of the like of Liquid being knocked out, the likes of 9 being knocked out.
Terrorists win.
Apparently going the distance. We've got a banger of the game here on the D stream. Fnatic going toe-to-toe with ESC, which of course is the Polish squad. Raiko, Samey, Badgme.
Yeah.
A lot of underdog stories currently happening, and GG How fighting to have their name added to that list.
Fnatic challenging them in the meantime. That ESC side you were talking about are the Ukrainian representation. Looking to see themselves on the Stockholm stage. Stage 2 for now. So close, yet so far for Passion. The next round is Pistols, as the last was. This is your free pass, your go at somehow striking 13 rounds. Bring something to the table. A bait and switch perhaps, not before Boros has his double, as he always tends to do.
He's really stepped up in this second half, hasn't he? I feel like we didn't say much of his name at all in the first 12, and the later this game's going, the more he seems to be feeling the server, the game, the confidence needed
Sure,
for these
and
kinds of fights.
that's the role.
Go on, sorry.
Just very quickly, that you want to see him take on this team as well,
Yeah.
as one of the sort of few players from the Middle East that had made it to a tier 1 level and really shown up. I should say, that's completely incorrect actually, but you know, one of the first players to break out from his region. It just wasn't to be. We all know how Falcons went. It's well documented.
Yeah.
Obviously got other players that compete, such as Spinks, for example. But it's few and far between. And I think with him having that kind of quality coming into this lineup at the very least, you were sort of expecting him to be the one leading the charge. And finally we're getting a bit of it here. Issa, Bibu, Mini, all of them doing work. I feel bad for excluding everyone except Osama, so he does get double digits eventually. As GG How reach 11 at long last.
This is it.
24 rounds to be played. Is there an overtime at the end of the tunnel?
Technical pause before we jump back into the action, and the point that I was going to raise though is that GG How have kind of lived in the shadow of Passion UA this map, haven't they? I mean, you want to go pound for pound with Boros and Kvem, maybe the two most promising individuals from either side, and Kvem is towering over the kill count. You want to have a look at maybe the AWP head-to-head, Mini versus Waro, and Waro again, yeah, sure, only by a little bit, a couple of kills. It's towards the bottom end that's making the bigger difference, right? You obviously mentioned Bibu, Issa, even Osama's hitting double digits. It's like Topa's just hit double, Jacasmo 1 kill in front of him, Demka 15 and 12. It's not so much the fight at the top half, it's actually the team game that have given GG How this opportunity. The fact that there are multiple players fragging out round by round, that's the struggle that Passion UA have ran into. It feels like we're always saying, oh, you know, this person's got to come up with a clutch, this person's just found a multi-kill. You can't be having that. Consistency's a big thing.
For sure. Important to remain consistent on the narrative front as well, of course. I forgot to mention Flamesy, another player who finds himself in that bracket.
Yeah, there is a lot of players, honestly. The Israeli scene has spewed out in the past few years. Obviously, NIP had Blue Phoenix. You've obviously got Flamesy, I do believe his brother, Shushan. I think, you know, if you really wanted to do your homework, there's probably a lot of up-and-comers as well, but just in terms of namesake at the top flight, or, you know, that have lingered at the top of Tier 2, Tier 1, Counter-Strike. Yeah, there's plenty. I mean, you've got Heavy God as well, not forget him on G2. You've got Nertz, another big name that we've just completely missed out on that list.
Yeah.
Anarquez, Spray, obviously, now the assistant coach of NIP. And I mean, you talk about, you know, players from Jordan. Boros, basically the only one at this point. Players from Lebanon, Mini, and then Vital, who plays on CS2 News Ladies, I do believe. I mean, even go further down the list, the Samus, one of two notable Palestinian players, according to Liquipedia. It's the list is short.
It is. And before we end up throwing this to a break, which I think we probably will, another Lebanese AWPer who Mini's following in the footsteps of, Calypso. Now that's an old name. I don't know if you may remember him or not.
I don't even. So if someone knows, if someone's on the same wavelength as you, you've really unlocked the doldrums of the Counter-Strike
maybe if you know,
library.
you know. If you know, you know. And I think most people can tell by now we are stalling for time. We're going to head to a short break. Short, I hope. When we return, the final round of regulation between Passion UA and GG How. Alright, we made you wait, but it's here. 12-11. Series point for Passion UA. Stage 2 point if they want to move on to the double elimination section of the EPL Season 22 qualifier. They've got a bye beneath them, but Mini's got an AWP, and that's a problem. Waro2k finds himself dead in the window. GG Howe with all of the nades, utility behind them. Krem feels like his hands are tied. He's got to force a play. Boros has him slip the net right beneath him. As Topa sprays away, trying to do something. It's desperate. We're going to overtime.
I was going to say, if we have a 3-minute break now, I was not going to be happy. Just take a 5-minute tech to put us back in. But no, do not worry. Straight into the action. It is OT. It is now 1st to 16. GG Howe, massive comeback. Really nicely done.
Yeah.
Is their time to now take over on Mirage. Plenty of opportunities gifted to the Passion UA side, just not been able to convert that 13th and final. Will GG Howe teach them a lesson?
Passion UA still on the CT side for now as Boros backs up behind the smoke. That's the least aggressive we've seen him so far when it comes to fighting middle. Complete change of pace from GG Howe in the first round of OT.
Yeah, I mean, the one round they don't fight for mid. Look at this. They just they try and fight fire with fire. Kvem and Demka all the way up mid.
It's like they forgot how they got here in the first place. We're at OT. What happens now? Kvem, the timing, it's a little off, but he still gets one. Boros back to middle, back to business. Osamas as well. And the A take staggered as the bomb is still at top mid.
Well, this is the confusing bit because you've got 35 seconds. Like wherever you go, it's going to be quick.
And there are no more smokes. So as soon as these dissipate, that's it. You're out in the open air fighting for the rest of the round. 2 more players coming up ramp now, but 20 seconds or so discounting that bomb plant. Through the gap, Waro has managed to spot at least one player. That's Bibu. Now out from Palace is Issa. Big opening kill from the stairs, but Topa still holding on to the line. 10 seconds, and the bomb just about goes in. Waro misses his shot on reprisal to the site. The flash lands square in his face. So, despite the theatrics and the way in which GG Howe approached this round, differing the majority of their strategy up until this point. Hold on. It looked like they had it in the bag, but Waro, you've seen clutches pulled off. Not against Mini's AWP. It will be 13 for GG Howe.
Yeah, Mini's impact's skyrocketing there. Last round of Reg kills Waro with the AWP. First round of OT. Yet again, the AWP engagement going his way. A little bit of typing going on. And the round is not live, so... Oh, is it? No, no. Alright. Not to worry. Someone on Passion UA is not moving in spawn is my best guess. One of Demka or... No, it is Demka. Maybe a crash of sorts, but we'll get that resolved and back into the game shortly.
Yep.
I think one of the points that I wanted to bring up is the fact that obviously for Kvem's case, we were talking about him and his impact in this series. I had a quick check on HLTV before we started the day because he's had a great few months playing Counter-Strike. Obviously the last 6 of them at Passion UA, but we knew his performance and his attitude previous to this stint. He's the 10th highest rated player in the last 3 months, which is all the team's minimum 30 maps. A 1.23. He has played some exceptional Counter-Strike in the last few for Passion. But even when he's 24 and 16, it feels like it still isn't enough
They're hoping that someone else can show up in a big way for Passion. It would be Waro. 20 and 20. Here's AWP, hits the server.
We try again.
We do, and so do Passion. I think the big struggle point for them right now is this mid control. We've seen a couple different approaches, wanting to try and fight aggressively top mid. Or just give it up, and I think neither have really worked too successfully. This time, we're gonna get Kven tucked in the underpass with a little bit of info there going his way, hearing the tick of the molly. Demka moving short. HE landing, 2 players spotted by Topa, a smoke at his feet, and GG How are away into the site and fresh out the blocks. If Topa can get one, second on the transfer. Bibu with a quick trade 3-on-3. GG How have approached the site, but the bomb is yet to cross, and Waro had a chance to deny the plant. He's yet to take it. Fell on the bin, goes up in smoke, and Bibu punishes. That's the numbers. GG How now, a man in front. Passion forced to dive through a wall of smoke, which doesn't look to dwindle anytime soon.
That was only just put up as well. They go for a boost, they try and get a read into this site. Waro sees nothing, can't do much. Such an isolated position, as you say. He is not interested. Jacasmo will follow suit shortly. It's a bitter way to go. Topa's efforts, 2 kills from the apartment spot, isn't enough. Yet again, Passion plays on defense, left short change. 2 players died to the bomb, both wearing yellow. But the round repercussion still stands. 14-12. Already halfway to success on their opponent's selection of GG How at OT.
And it's so mentally tough for Passion as well when GG How have been stoking the embers of this comeback into a full-blown fire. And you still have to be playing these CT rounds, searching for that answer. You don't get a break in play. There hasn't been a timeout. You don't want to reach the side swap with map point for your opponent when you had a chance to put the series in the bag not too long ago. It can be crushing. Especially if they're then forced to play train our decider.
Yeah, it's becoming less of an if and more of a when, isn't it?
In the back of
Passion
their minds, would probably have been wondering what to do with the rest of the evening. But we'll focus on the server as Issa has Kfem, and that is a problem.
Another 5v4 up. End of that is Topa. Molly, the orb holding the angle. Waro eventually cancels Boros out of the equation. The entry frag removed, but it's a B split, one in which Demka requires to find everything. Sees the barrel of the orb. He plays discipline. He's getting all these players. That's the bomb drop. 30 seconds left. He's got to be careful for what's behind him as well. Is he going to look the right way at the right time? He's holding for Bibu. And players keep on being isolated. We said they can't walk away with nothing. They might just walk away with a bare minimum. Issa 1v3. That is a ridiculous move from Demka. But with only 10 seconds left, it was all about buying time. 14-13. GG How only a step in front.
And now Passion get to hit the attack, go on the offensive again. I was just speaking about how that CT side can feel like a slog, but now with a side swap and a little bit of rejuvenated confidence, absolutely no reason why they can't look to steal it away here. As we you know, the magic number is 16 in this first overtime, so GG How just need the one to ensure that we go again.
I'll tell you what, I wish I was counting the amount of times that Mini's got the better of Waro. It just feels like every engagement I watch between the two AWPers, it's Waro that's always dead.
Yeah. Mini has been genuinely unbelievable so far with that AWP. Just 15 deaths by his name as well.
Yeah, that's very impressive. Considering what
casualties in the server.
We're now 28 deep in this map.
And tied for the most kills. The other is Ben. He is one of the players outside of A. The first in the firefight, Topa, the point man of the execution. They line up behind him and he fires them forwards. Passion, another dink landed, but still no extra kills picked up sight bound. That's until Jacasmo and Demka hit the scene. 3v2, but the round not wrapped up yet. 14-14 looming over their heads, but it's Bebo between GG How and conceding here. The first couple shots from Jacasmo are stray, but the all-important ones land. A triple kill, which has tied the game.
And the more confident, aggressive Passion UA finding their footing instantly on this T side. See if they can have a repeat of that success. 5th round of OT. 29 in regulation. Or, sorry, in total. In regulation, we played 24.
Yeah.
Still one more Ryan. Separate these two teams.
CSGO finished a while ago, man. Still
Let
hanging on to the era. This guy still thinks he can bunny hop. That's crazy. Shoulder peeking? Not in my game.
I was going to say, I can't even shoot, never mind bunny hop, so...
Just swing. Passion not doing too much of that right now. This round, in and of itself, figuratively speaking, is a swing round. So whoever wins here gets the opportunity to close. Just the one, of course. It's incredibly tight right now between the teams. And you can feel it in the way that Passion slowly grind their way towards the A side. The volley out, Osamas is dead. Kvem flashed off by Topa, who's managed to help support his team and then some. Kvem is there, as are the rest of Passion UA. They'll be without Waro, but it matters not. The bomb goes in, and GG How have a decision to make. Attempt it 4v2, or save. And that's exactly what happens. Passion will be going in to round number 30 with 15 by their name.
It's as scary as it's ever going to be for GG How. Backs against the wall once before. They managed to tick it all the way over to OT. But now Passion UA gets to be the aggressors. And they have had, it feels like a level up. It feels like a completely different team, in fact. Yeah. Night and day between the two sides. Couldn't piece together anything on the defense. And as soon as they switch back over to this T side, they are squashing any bug in front of them. And now 5 kills away from making it work again. Had this chance a few times before. 3 in regulation, now another one in OT. Is 4 going to be their magic number? Oh,
just had to cut back to the third-person POV, making sure that everything was in place. GG How struggling to boost over the window smoke to start, but Mini has had no issue whatsoever. Quick squeeze of the trigger. Oh, what a flick from Mini! Topa made to stew in the missed shots. from Ladder Room. As GG How now are set up to extend play.
Play Boros out of this ninja position.
There's only one volley to do it.
If it's not thrown there, which it isn't, he is in safe hands. All to play for. It's on a silver platter for him. He'll even swing out before anything goes on. A kill and a dink. It is all on Waro. 1 on 4. He'll try his best, but falls at the first hurdle. We go again into double OT.
Yeah, he's not Cadian, unfortunately. And he won't be qualifying to stage 2 of the Pro League qualifier like that. So 15-15. Another overtime is required to settle the score. This is only the second map, may I remind you. There is a very real possibility that GG How take this into the lengths of the night to give themselves half a chance. I'd say probably less than 50% to even qualify for the whole damn thing. But the VRS points are important.
Yes.
They are ranked lower than Passion.
Oh,
Giving them a run for their money right now, and it's Mini once more. Once forth onto the breach, he finds the opening pick and puts Passion down a man before they can even think about what the game plan is. And of course, with Boros in mid as well, the story is as old as the map is becoming as it goes on and on. GG How should be at 16 first.
I don't know. I feel like Mini is just entry connoisseur. There's just not a foot he could put wrong in finding a 5v4. Every round it's been monotonous. Check the kill feed. Who's got the first one? It's Mini. It's always been Mini. And as you say, while 16 isn't the number we're looking for anymore, GG How first to hit it unless Kvem can pull off a 30-second 1v5. And as much as we've been singing his praises, I don't think this one's looking all too likely. I mean, if he makes a quick dash for B, he could actually find the plant, but now the time is well and truly gone. GG How even going to go hunting after time. Mini closing the gap. M4A and peeks out. Kvem hits another 8 seconds. Lisa will eventually pull the trigger. Scared that Kvem spotted on the turn. A nice attempt 1v5 and he shuts down 3. But money isn't much of an issue in OT, so it was only for the style points. GG How, 1 in front.
The prerogative for Passion is load up these rounds on the T side, because that's what they were able to do before. Chance to close the previous OT the same way that they did multiple series points on their CT side in regulation. Proactivity from GG How. How far does Asamus want to try and take this? There's a smoke right in front of him. Boros already on the other extremity, getting himself deep into apartments. But Jacasmo pulls the plug right in front of the TV screen. That's Boros gone. So important on the rifle. Mini still standing, but a much deeper position than we've seen from him typically. Same will be said for Passion as we cross the minute mark. Yet to really make a dent on this A side where GG How do have the majority of their players. Quick bait and switch. Asamus on the corner of ramp set up. Bomb still slowly creeping through mid. What is the plan for Passion? The A push left unsupported until the final few seconds. And there's a set of smokes up, but it almost blocks them from getting into the site. It's a Mini. There they go. Waro 1 back. 2 on 2. Still hanging in this Passion, but Mini has yet to have been dealt with It's that one-on-one, AWP v AWP. Mini hasn't missed a beat. Woro struggled to survive his counterpart so many times. He will flash. And with the first shot taken, nothing else found. Straight in for the plant. Mini to the angle as Woro looks to slip away. HE chases him up, still 100 HP.
He slips all the way back to Tetris. Woro's got some angle, he sees the body, hits the shot. 16-16. Eventually, Woro's AWP winds up for greatness. And it will tie things up before we head into our third round of our second OT.
I don't believe it. Woro on the receiving end, how many times? But in the 1 versus 1, given a fair floor to demonstrate his own skills. Just that one bullet matters, nothing else. 16 all, back to middle, back to Boros. Basics for GG How. Topa with his 26th death of this game. Not been easy at times. But Passion will remain vigilant. I don't know how many times they've gone 4v5, but they've won enough of them to still be in the game, so here we are.
Kvem is going to be in a world full of hurt if he decides to go. Peeking his head from off the pass, go for a double deep, but it's quite sure from the window player, and it costs them both of their lives. Demka, huge shot onto the bottom con push. Second player on short, fall away, and that's into the jaws of Jacasmo. Huge damage from him as well. 4 on 2, 35. The bomb just has to make it to B.
Passion have so many capable riflers, and in an instant they change the outcome of the round. He does scalp Woro in middle, but Mini needed that shot to make it 2 on 2. To give any kind of half chance to the CT side in what is the final round of the first half of OT, the second OT. Passion will be leading it. Heading out of this one. 19, the magic number. Okay, people. Sure, just let us sit with that one for a moment, as the conclusion is foregone. 17-16, Passion again leading.
Not by much, and you've got to think how much of an uphill battle the CT side was for the Passion UA side. The Ukrainian squad really struggled with this half, at least in the first OT.
But they have remained vigilant. Almost a 70% win rate on this map. With 30 times played. The stats speak for themselves, and it's not like Passion playing low-tier teams. The Glitch Masters event that they won, Fnatic, NIP, Metasport, 9, Ecstatic, all in attendance. Joke about them as you will. It's not easy to maintain that kind of stat line, especially on a map which so many teams are happy to play. It takes a whole lot more to actually master it. Topa starting the round on the CT side. This is for series point again.
Yeah.
And having cleared out all of apps, all of underpass, there's so much space to be cleared by GG How. If they even want to think about going towards B, let alone heading A later on.
Well, Passion UA have been forced out of windows so much that they've just decided to play from the sides. You can see they're tucked from con, they're tucked from shore. They want nothing to do with it. Topa's deep in at shore. 40 seconds left. There's going to be 2 defenders on this side. It's an unorthodox one where both of them play towards apartments. Warren needs to hit the shot and doesn't. Drops the throw. This might screw Topa over. It doesn't matter. He's dead before they even get out. Boros trying to get through the murder hole. Kvem will have to hold it.
Kvem already tagged low. The shot between the eyes from Boros means it's all but over. Warren, the last line of defense, the last man that can give Passion their 18th here and now. So much work already done, and Demka back in another clutch. Could he be the man? Already 1 deep into the 1v3. A love tap. Information collected on his position from Market. And a single flash to be the catalyst to make the play happen, but Issa is ahead of it, right around the curve. 17 all, tied game again.
I know pressure can be a big thing in these situations, but I just don't know why Passion UA go swinging Boros in the murder hole. You're giving probably the best, if not the second best aimer between him and Kvem, the chance of just isolating 1v1s and taking 50-50 fights. It's never a 50-50 against Boros. He'll always have the edge. And so what they do is, because they sacrifice so much towards that murder hole position, the B players also have to be careful of what's coming behind them. They have no short help, they have no window help, so they're just stuck, rock in a hard place. And now they suffer the ultimate consequence. It has to be 2 from 2, minimum of 1 of those, to at least run it up again in triple OT.
It's ridiculous. But here we are. The late show could become the late show. It's exactly what GG How want. A couple of shots flying over the head of Topa. May I remind you, while we have a moment, look at these teams. By now, it's probably swiftly approaching midnight, if not past that. So, a real test of stamina before any further games follow up. HE right onto Topa, but not enough to topple him. Kvem has a kill in the meantime. Demka in this double orb setup stayed off the B push a little longer, but the volley brings him down to 2.
He's so damn low. Has to back away. 30 seconds left. Time of the essence once again for GG How. The util good enough that Demka has to wander back into sight. And with only 20 seconds left, talk about cutting fine. It's into the jaws of the ore. Demka nails the first. Waits for the reaction. The short pushes in. Topa big damage, but no frag. Player spotted out at the end of apartments, but it's a change of angling that costs him his life. 7 seconds. The bomb going down. The molly. It's going to deny the bomb plant. Kvem's just won the record short. There is no time left. And it is map and series point yet again. Passion UA.
36 kills for Kvem. And it's the utility damage which wins the round. GG How, it was the B site or bust, and they are just 1 away again from falling here. Passion, this is like their 5th or 6th series point at this point in time.
Number 5.
It has to land, because if it doesn't, map 3 is almost out of the equation. How on earth would you pick yourself up? Maybe you don't have to. Waro and Jacasmo right out the gate. And who is it but Boros on Asamus? Mini and Issa still standing. The foundation of this team yet to be felled, but the bomb is in middle. It's elsewhere. Issa gone 1 by 1. GG How hit the sword and draw blood. They pushed Passion so far, but still the win reserved for the best, and in flawless fashion they might just find 19.
I know you mean the round, but my god, Passion UA, I think they'll know this is anything but flawless. What a grind this has been. 3 chances in regulation, 1 chance in OT1, and another in OT2. 5 opportunities to win this map and in turn the series. And I guess for them, your 5th try's your charm. GG Hal sent packing, and it is Passion UA that take a step towards ESL Pro League as they make stage 2.
As we are approaching 18 minutes past midnight local time in Ukraine, in Kyiv, Passion UA have secured their slot in the second stage of the closed qualifier for ESL Pro League Season 22. It was a hard-fought game against GG Hao, and the least likely 2-0 that you possibly could have taken through, but there you have it. It doesn't matter how you do it, it's the fact that they have gotten through it in the end. That passion is shown in the server, and that brings us to the end of our night, Ryan. It's been an absolute pleasure, of course. I am Hazard JC, joined by Retro Ryan, and for the last time, your closing thoughts before we end the day.
Yeah, look, fantastic game of Counter-Strike. GG Hao, you know, another time, they had 2 opportunities themselves to take it to map and series point. Choked in the first OT, 1 by 1 in the second. The harsh reality of Counter-Strike, man, these cutthroat qualies, they're only made for the best, and unfortunately, Passion UA, the better of them today.
Absolutely. Well, it's been an absolute pleasure to take you all through the games. Hope you've enjoyed as much as we have. Once again, I have been Hazard JC, joined alongside Retro. Thank you all for watching, and wherever you are in the world, have a fantastic evening. Good night.
Come play with us.
Honestly wants to win right here, right now. It's crazy. As he turns it, nice headshot. Oh, headshots from Leslie.
You feel my love. It'll only go and get harder. You only find out to see.